Good evening again. I'd like to call our regular council meeting on Monday, July 13th to order at 6:04. My name is Mayor Cliff McNeil-Smith. Councillor colleagues at the table this evening. To my far left, Councillor Richard Novick, Councillor Terry O'Keefe, Councillor Chad Van Tool. To my far right, Councillor Steve Duck, Councillor Sarah Duncan, and Councillor Scott Kernett. Good evening to members of staff who are in the room. We do introduce staff if they are going to be speaking, which does occur through the meeting. And good evening to members of the public who are here in attendance, and we do have some presenters as well this evening. I do want to make a note. I referenced a technical challenge at 6 o'clock. We haven't overcome that challenge, so we're not able to live webcast the meeting as we normally do. This is a rare occurrence. We are recording the meeting, which we do each time as well, and the meeting tonight's meeting in its entirety will be posted, if not soon after the close of tonight's meeting, then first thing after we open tomorrow. So our apologies beforehand to those who may be watching the recording of a meeting at a later time. I want to respectfully acknowledge that we're holding our gathering this evening in the territory of the WSÁNEĆ people, the Tsawout Nation, the Tsartlip Nation, the Pakwachin Nation, the Tseycum Nation, and the Malahat Nation, and we express our gratitude to the WSÁNEĆ people for their stewardship of these lands and waters for millennia, that is thousands of years. We appreciate their enduring connection to these lands and waters and the responsibility that we have to work together with WSÁNEĆ for the stewardship of these lands for current and future generations. In turning to approval of the agenda, since it was published last Thursday afternoon, we have some additions and some changes. So I'm going to go through these, and then when we have a motion, that will be for the agenda amended as I'm now describing. So the first is we have some we have some new items. One item is actually the wording for bylaw 2317 regarding item 8A, which is the 9972 3rd Street development. In the very large agenda, I think 478 pages that was posted online, this page was omitted, but it has been provided to council. We are aware of it, and it will be included as part of the agenda now. The second is we did have, and I will, when we come to the specific item on the agenda, I will indicate that we have received correspondence that is included on the agenda. I will indicate the number of folks who corresponded on the particular matter. But since the agenda was published, we have received many more pieces of correspondence from members of the public, and I'll now make reference to those. So under item 8A, the 9972 3rd Street development, we have seven additional pieces of correspondence. Under item Under item 9A, we have 51 additional items of correspondence. And under item 9B, which is the 5th Street development application coming to council for, well, it's coming back to council. It's a revised application. There are 6 additional pieces of correspondence. So those are the additions to the agenda. Item 7D1, under presentations, we were to have a presentation this evening from Ariane Stevenson regarding a petition being submitted, and I will make reference to this petition later in the meeting, to submit a petition, but they also wanted to present a petition at the beginning of the meeting. They're unfortunately not able to attend this evening, so we will be removing the presentation of the petition because the presenter is not here. However, the petition is part of the agenda under item 9A. Those are the additions and deletions. One change is I'm just going to go through the beginning part of the agenda for a moment. We're going to have public participation where members of the public can get up and speak about any item, any matter on the agenda. And then after general public participation, we're going to have two presentations. We're going to have a presentation on the Fifth Street development application, and then we're going to have a presentation from Radio Sidney on an application for a broadcast license. On our agenda as published, the next item was to consider the bylaw, a zoning amendment for the Third Street development. However, I gather many of the individuals in the gallery this evening are here regarding the temporary use permit, so we're going to go to that item immediately following the presentations. We will then go to item 9B, which is the Fifth Street application, and we'll be doing that because the presenters are here this evening to present that application. And then we will be going to item 8A, the Third Street development application. So the change is 8A will now come after 9B for my colleagues on council. And lastly, Councillor O'Keefe has requested raising item 15.2, which is under what we call correspondence for information, which indicates that council is just receiving it for information and not going to discuss it. Councillor O'Keefe has requested that be raised to correspondence, and we'll be making some comment regarding that correspondence when we come to it. So item 15.2 becomes item 14.1. So with those additions, that one deletion and those changes, I would look for a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Motion to move as amended.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion from council? Seeing none, I call the question. Those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. And if I could have a motion, perhaps the same movers, to adopt the minutes of our June 22nd regular council meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any corrections to those minutes? Seeing none, those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. So now we are turning to public participation. It's our what we have at this time in each meeting where members of the public can come forward and address council. We ask that you provide the name and the municipality that you reside in. There is a button at the bottom of the microphone. If you just press it gently, you'll see the red light go on, which allows everyone in the room to be heard, but also records it as part of the meeting. I will be calling a number of times after there are speakers, if there are any additional speakers. And I'll begin by calling the first speaker to the podium, please. And you're welcome to line up. I know there is very limited room for doing that, but you are welcome to do that. Good evening.
Hello, members of council, staff, members of the public. My name is Eric Diller, resident of Sidney, and here to speak to item 9A. And I just want to start off by saying that it is only when communities and members of the community work together that great things can happen. And I'm really, really happy to see that St. Andrews has come forward with this proposal. And I would like to see council approve it. And I understand that there are some detractors and that they may have some points, but overall, after witnessing the debacle of the Wakefield Manor issue last winter, I would like to see this temporary use permit approved. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. And I think I'm sorry if I didn't, but I will repeat if I did, that speakers have up to 3 minutes, and I will be watching the clock and trying to be fair to everyone. I believe we'll have a number of speakers this evening, so let's be fair to everyone. Please, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Head. I'm a citizen of the town of Sidney. I am in favor of the emergency weather shelter. And I fully believe that the reason we are here is focused on our beliefs and demonstration actions. And I'm referring to the word compassion. And I'm using a definition from Wikipedia. Feeling of kindness and care for another. Compassion is a social emotion that motivates people to go out of their way to relieve the physical, mental, or emotional pains of others and even ourselves. Compassion is sensitivity to the emotional aspects of the suffering of others. When based on notions such as fairness, justice, interdependence, it may be considered rational in nature. Everybody knows where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Just a light touch on the light switch there. Please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Lois Amy, a resident of Sydney for 47 years, currently living on Ardwell Avenue in Sydney, and I'm a senior. I'm speaking in support of the temporary use permit application number TEM 00003 to allow for an extreme weather response shelter for the coming winter, facilitated by Beacon Community Services at St. Andrew's Church. Beacon Community Services has an excellent track record with running all kinds of shelters for diverse populations all over the Greater Victoria area. In January 2023, the issue of establishing an EWS in Sydney was first brought forward to Town Council, and it has taken over 3 years to get to the point where we find ourselves tonight. Let's hope that this important issue passes the first step to an extreme weather shelter for this coming winter. As I read the letter attached to the petition opposing the temporary use permit, I try to understand the complaint of the signatories by placing myself in their shoes. I must first note that a number of those people who signed the petition live outside of the immediate vicinity of the proposed EWS at St. Andrew's Church. For example, persons who live in North Saanich, Saanachton, and Souk. Why would this matter to them in their lives? The petition mentions that a number of citizens are concerned, have fear and frustration about the establishment of an EWS at St. Andrews. Our fears are of the unknown. Most fears are unfounded. Those who will seek shelter experience the same struggles, emotions, and vulnerabilities as ourselves. When we acknowledge each other as neighbors, we replace fear with empathy. Those of our citizens who are unhoused, mainly due to no fault of their own, many seniors themselves, also have concern, fear, and frustration in their lives. Concern because they're living with illnesses exacerbated by having no housing, living on disability pensions, women fleeing violence, members of our First Nations, and others. They have anxiety and fear about being harmed out on the street, and frustration that they are, to some degree, shunned and not permitted the dignities that everyone is entitled to: shelter, warmth, food, kindness, especially during the coldest days of the year. Mahatma Gandhi said that the true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. Our unhoused citizens and our seniors both fit that category. We all want security. Many view the purpose of the church to be that of caring for the most vulnerable. What better place could there be for an extreme weather shelter? Available space and compassionate workers. What safeguards could be put into place to allow this variance to go forward without opposition? Thank you for listening and your consideration.
Thank you for coming forward. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. This is with regard to TUP number TEM 00003.
If you could just provide your name and municipality you're residing.
Yeah, I was just telling you what it's about. My name is Pat Bastone, and I live with my husband, John, and our little dog, Marcy, at 9675 5th Street. John and I, who are both senior citizens, are very much in favor of locating an extreme weather response shelter in the meeting hall at St. Andrew's Church. We live just around the corner from St. Andrew's, well within 75 meters. I'm a longtime resident and property owner in this neighborhood. The warming center at the library last winter was operated safely and was used mainly by older adults and Indigenous members of the community. These underhoused individuals expressed gratitude for the care given to them. The extreme weather response shelter would operate similarly only on nights of extreme weather. Last year, only 7. I sincerely doubt that this would be a reason for more people who are experiencing homelessness to move to Sidney. Thank you to St. Andrew's Church and Beacon Community Services and all others involved in this endeavor. I'm not a member of the St. Andrew's congregation. In fact, I'm an atheist. I do believe in the golden rule. Treat others as you would want them to treat you. This is a tenet in nearly every major world religion. If I were outside freezing on a cold winter night, of course, I would want someone to help me be safe and warm and give me a place to rest. I also believe there is no right way to do the wrong thing. The wrong thing, Mayor and councillors, would be for you to vote to leave vulnerable people out in the cold on the coldest nights of the year. Thank you for your attention and for listening to my concerns.
Thank you for coming forward this evening. Turn to the next speaker, please. Evening.
Brian Johnstone, 2447 Henry Avenue. Honorable Mayor and members of council, I am speaking to you this evening regarding the proposed zoning changes for 9972 3rd Street. I urge council to vote against approving this application at this time, or at minimum, defer the decision until after the civic elections this fall, when a newly elected council, reflecting the community's current policies, priorities, can properly evaluate the long-term implications. My concerns are specific, ongoing, and unresolved. Over-densification of the area. The proposed zoning change would significantly increase the density in a neighborhood that is already experiencing strain on traffic flow, pedestrian safety, and public infrastructure. Many residents feel that the development is outpacing the town's ability to manage its impacts. Unresolved egress issues from the underground parking. The applicant has not adequately addressed the egress and circulation challenges associated with the underground parking design. This is not a minor technical detail. It directly affects congestion, emergency access, and overall safety. Serious safety risks along 3rd Street. 3rd Street is already a highly congested corridor for both vehicles and pedestrians. Adding additional density without a clear engineered plan to mitigate these risks is irresponsible. Has the emergency services been asked for their input as to the potential hazards associated with the building design? The town should not be placed in a position where it must answer for a serious incident that could have been prevented with more careful planning. Given these outstanding issues, it is neither prudent nor in the public interest to rush this decision. A deferral would allow for proper review, updated traffic and safety assessments, and more transparent conversations with the community. I respectfully ask council to consider the long-term safety and livability of the neighborhood and to vote not to approve or at least defer the zoning changes for 9972 3rd Street. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for coming forward. Turn to the next speaker. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Wayne Barrett. I live in Sidney and I live in close proximity to the Anglican Church, and I'd like to speak on the temporary use permit 00003. Let me open by stating that I do not have a solution to the plight of the people who need to use a temporary shelter to get in from the cold. But what you are proposing is not a solution to the people who have to live in the neighborhood. Parents,
Excuse me,
Sorry.
excuse me, if you could just pause for a moment, sir, we'll give you a lot of time. We'd ask that there be no outbursts from members of the public. We want to be respectful to the speakers, whichever view they're expressing. Council wants to hear all of the views from our community, and I'll ask again for respect. Please continue.
Thank you. Thank you. But what you are proposing is not a solution to the people who have to live in this neighborhood, pay their taxes in the hope that the town of Sidney continues to make improvements through our contributions to the well-being of this wonderful town. Once upon a time, society had institutions where people could go to seek help, or they could be ordered by the courts to do so. However, we no longer live in that society where this is even possible. A solution for the homeless or the unhoused continues to be a problem that plagues modern society. And I think this is in part because we as a society have no solution. What I do know is that this is a problem in every community in our great nation and throughout most of the world. Also, this proposed action creates many problems for anyone who currently lives in near proximity to these shelters. To mention a few, are usually use needles strewn about for someone else to pick up. There will be an increase in breaking and thefts in the area, and there will be greater gathering of the people who want to use these facilities. It was also my observation that when these facilities close for the day, most of the clientele linger in the neighborhood so they can get in for the shelter the next night if required. The people who offer the shelter have no obligation once they open the doors in the morning and send the people out into the street. This now becomes the obligation of the police force or the town of Sidney to control. In either case, the money inevitably comes out of our tax base. Also, any disturbances throughout the night will probably require the intervention of the police force. I also know that this proposal is being put to the citizens as a temporary use, but we all know there is nothing temporary about this problem. So once you open this door, I doubt very much that you will ever have the will to close it. Thank you for listening to me and allowing to speak on this crucial matter.
Thank you for coming forward.
Thank you.
We'll turn to the next speaker. Good evening. The mic's already on for you.
Still on. My name is Brian Gilbert. I live across the parking lot from the church, 9679 3rd Street with my wife. We sent a letter in, and the closing line that my wife wrote was quite eloquent. The homeless people deserve a place to stay as much as we do. So that's the sentiment, but I'm here to speak beyond the letter that we've sent in to urge council to take a leadership role in this topic. This is looking like, oh, we got a solution for 3 years, we're done. But this is a bigger topic, and you've already seen what happens with misinformation, disinformation with this topic earlier. So looking forward to take better action in leadership in disseminating useful information. Tonight's presentation or information is buried on your website. You have to go to link. Then you can finally read it. We need to get this information out to people so they can see it a lot easier. That might violate, strong word, might not go with your processes, but that's what I urge you in this time of need to start to think outside of the box. I also encourage you to work through the municipality union to advocate to the province, because they have their ultimate responsibility, but you have the option to speak and get those motions happening. We really need that. I'd love to not have this place in our neighborhood, but what other alternative is there? So buried in your information is that you considered lots of other locations. Anacortes Ferry, well, it floods in the winter, the time you need to take care of people. This building, the building next door was considered, doesn't have the space. The library was considered, doesn't have the space. Fire hall was considered, doesn't have the ability because it has to respond to emergency. So we're really in a rock and a hard place tonight. And thank you to the Anglican Church for stepping forward. And that's the type of leadership I'm asking council to start to find. Why should we depend upon a church to solve our societal problems? We need to take action in the broader sense. Recently, the mental illness programs were shut down. Again, that's provincial, but that affects us. That was in Saanich Peninsula. And that's the type of services these people that are on the street need. Spot intervention with people that are professionals. So please start taking a leadership role in this. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward.
Point of order, Mayor.
Yes. We could have a
Move to
motion
extend
to
the
extend.
meeting, extend the public participation.
Thank you.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're having this motion because we typically allocate 20 minutes for public participation because of the volume of business we typically have on our agenda, but we appreciate the importance of this evening's topics, so we are extending the public participation to allow other speakers. I'll call the question. Those in favor? That carries unanimous. Please, I'll turn to the next person to come forward. Thank you, Councillor.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Eric Delorme, Development Manager with High Street Ventures out of Kelowna, British Columbia. Today, our zoning amendment application to rezone the eastern portion of our property at 9972 3rd Street from RM6R to RM7 is on this evening's agenda for first, second, and third reading. That's item 8A. So just to review, initially when staff and council changed the zoning from RM7 to RM6 on one half of the site, it was done to preserve rental stock as well as to start a conversation for rental tenure on new construction. For our current project, we have since committed to providing rental, now creating new rental stock in Sidney, satisfying the intention of the initial rezoning. Our current rezoning application requests that the split zone nature of the site be returned to the original RM7 zone, now that the mechanism to preserve rental stock has been successful. So thank you. I do look forward to listening to the readings and returning to council at a later date for adoption.
Thank you for coming forward. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Rob Simon from CBBC. I was in Vancouver earlier today, but I called an earlier ferry because this was an important subject for me. On April 30th, I wrote council and town staff about the lack of adequate display of signage for the 9972 3rd Street project. There's an obligation to the applicant to ensure the signage is properly placed to provide public information on how to engage. At that time, there were periods that the sign was face down, period where the sign was leaning against the building, partially obscured from view, and then was moved to face only the north direction against the existing hedge. In all cases, the sign was either obstructed or hidden from view. Town staff informed me that they instructed the developer during the week of April the 20th. He contacted the applicant on that same day about the issue. The applicant was reminded that the sign must be installed on private property in a location where it's legible from the street for duration of the application review until council made final decision about the zoning amendment application. And here we are again at this juncture where council plans to complete first, second, and third reading of the amendment zoning, only to have the applicant again completely remove the sign from public visibility. The sign is now face down on the lawn. How can council rush to first, second, and third reading when there's a risk that important voice may have been missed? The applicant has a simple obligation to show the sign being visible during this whole process to the public, and they failed. However, the sign that markers the property stays erect for the whole time. How ironic. I surely hope this is not deliberate, but the timing again is quite convenient to the applicant's attention of securing approval of the zoning. I've asked council to consider whether it's necessary to complete all three readings tonight, knowing that important obligation again has been disregarded by the applicant. Especially that action may have potentially silenced a voice from the community. I talked to a new resident on building, and she thought that this was just a renovation. She had no idea that there was a whole application process going through. I informed her, but that is not my job. That is the applicant's job. It was late in the week that unlikely they would have a chance to provide comment. I'm confident if the sign was in place, they would have been better informed. I cannot conclude my presentation without mentioning how this project along the property line of 9942 3rd Street impacts the cherry trees which are bylaw protected in the property. The parkade has zero clearance from the property line. It goes down through the root system. Currently for demolition, there's a fence protecting the drip zone, disregarded when you build it. I urge you to at least do first and second reading tonight, and please hold off on the third reading until the applicant at least keeps us time up until the meeting you decide. Thank you.
More than one person has discovered the light switch. Thank you for coming forward. I'll turn to the next speaker.
My name is Earl Bennett. I live at 9688 Second Street. Resident here for 18 years or something. Thank you for extending. I've got pages and pages of objections that I've over the last few months. One of a lot of people's concerns in our area is someone talked about the fear of the future and what's going to happen. And I'm not here to represent me. I can take care of myself, but I'm here to try and understand the people that don't have a voice in our area, majority seniors. I can't understand why we have one area. They tell us it's 10 to 12 people. The proposal for the amendment was to have a warming center, which was turned down in another location with a majority of seniors. Then they shove it in our area as a proposal from Beacon Services, Housing, and the Anglican Church. It's a sad quandary when churches see an obvious need in the community, and it's a need that governments aren't addressing. And when they try and help, it creates more problems. And I seriously believe that our area is not attracting the right future demographics. I've got pages of people that are affected in the so-called homeless community. I believe we have a drug and we have an addiction problem in our country. And we ignore it by flowering it up with different obligations. As far as the previous speaker talked about compassion without accountability and responsibility is not kindness, it's neglect. Neglect for the rights and the freedoms of the people who live in our area that don't have a voice. And there's a lot of them. I go on my walks for the last 3 months digging up support. And I believe that there's a lot of people that can't be here. The street people, I've talked to Andrew when he's not in his psychosis. He's on probably meth and crack, and that sort of thing. I talked to a number of the homeless people in our area that they won't go to these shelters. They're dangerous. I believe the Anglican Church, which I support in the past, my wife and I were married there in an Anglican church. So I'm not against the Anglican Church, but I'm definitely against dumping the problems on them. So out of the guise of funds and through Beacon Community, BC Housing. I want to perfectly say that these people that are on the street in our area, some of them are dangerous, and the police reports and the hidden stuff that was going on in the area, RVs, tents, clothing boxes, guys of a 1 day a week cafe that they started.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to wrap up in 30 seconds, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah. And I think there is a lot of flack on it, obviously with the petitions and a few other things. We haven't had much time. And I think we should give it time to consider this. And I know people on the council, and surely to heavens, guys, we can come up with something better than that. Thanks.
Thank you for coming forward. I'll turn to the next speaker. Good evening. Sorry?
Yes.
Very good. Good evening. The mic does drop down if you wish.
Hello, my name is Brenda Bocott. I live on 4th Street near the church, and I am opposed to making any homeless services in my neighborhood. Nobody with a grain of sense wants homeless services plunked down in their neighborhood. I know the church is well-meaning and they're trying to do something nice, but it will be me dealing with the problems. Already it's a mecca for drug use. There are people passed out in their parking lot, getting high, illegal camping, and they're creating this because they're offering services. If they offer even more services, the problem is only going to get worse. It's a peaceful, quiet residential neighborhood, and this will adversely affect the culture of our neighborhood. And I remind all of you, you don't represent the church and you don't represent homeless people, you represent me. And if you can't vote for my best interest, which is to keep my neighborhood a happy, safe place to live, then you shouldn't be on council. Like, please, everyone I've spoken to, notwithstanding this meeting tonight, is against having these services in our little neighborhood. And nobody came to me in the beginning. None of you came and knocked on my door and said, how do you feel about this? Nobody from the church knocked on my door to say, how do I feel about it? And government has shown, demonstrated action, they cannot cope with the situation. Nobody can cope with this situation. It has to happen at a federal level. It has to happen at a provincial level, and it has to happen with healthcare and addiction counsel. And I can't cope with any of it. I'm not a policeman. I'm not a social worker. I'm not an addictions counselor, and I don't want to deal with the problems that come with having homeless services in my neighborhood. So I don't think we here can solve this problem, and downgrading our neighborhood to help a few people and affecting adversely hundreds of people doesn't make sense. So please vote no to this warming center in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn to the next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Alexander Finch. I'm a resident of Sidney on 6th Street. Should say, of course, good evening to Mr. Mayor and the esteemed councillors as well. I should be formal here. I just briefly touch on a lot of issues that are being raised are not caused by social services. And that in lieu of government social services, any solution is better than no solution at all, which is a lot of what I've heard so far tonight. There is a solution that's been proposed a number of times over. It was extremely successful last winter at the Sidney Library. I understand that the situation there was chairs and a blanket, which is not the easiest way to spend the night, although better than freezing. The next best option is through temporary use permit application number TEM 00003, which would allow St. Andrew's Church to open its hall portion of its property, it was building, where mats and blankets would be provided. People can actually lay down and sleep. I'd also like to point out that these people who would be using the emergency warming shelter or emergency weather shelter already live in the community and have for probably longer than I have. I've been a resident of Sidney for 6 years, and I think most of these people, through the work that I've done, providing food and companionship through some of the services that are offered through the St. Andrews, or I should say the Friends of St. Andrews initiative. These services have been in operation since the pandemic lockdowns in one form or another, so it should be about 5 or 6 years now, and I don't believe I've seen any increase in crime or lack of public safety here in Sidney. I know from my time that I've spent occasionally, unfortunately, on the streets, that people are people and like the routines. They don't go to new places far away from the people and places they know to get the things they need to have their day go the way they wish it to. The warming shelter at the library, I think, was zoned or rated to some 10, 15 people. And I think we saw I should say, the Beacon Community Services saw a maximum of about 7 people on the busiest nights, more often more like 3 people, whom were amazingly grateful and gracious. They helped put away the furniture in the morning. These people are largely over the age of 50. I know most of them by name, and they don't come and go from Sidney. There aren't a lot of new faces from out of town. These are people who are seniors, who are vulnerable, and they would be both a vulnerable population, being just many were disabled as well, I should mention, which are vulnerable populations, be them housed or otherwise. So at this point, I'm afraid that it's a matter of whose seniors we value more, the ones that have voices or the ones that don't. And I think that it's a little bit glib to say that the unhoused have voices more than the seniors in the community. I'd also point out that it's erroneous to think that these unhoused people have never paid taxes in their lives. Many of them have worked for their entire lives until something happened and then they ended up without a house. When that happens,
sir, I'll just ask you to wind up in the next 20, 30 seconds. Thank you.
when that happens, it's incredibly difficult to get back up again, even with the social services that are available through the government and charities. I sincerely hope that assurances can be made and agreed upon between the parties of outlying concerns and opposition to this much needed safety measure, this social safety net that we are so proud of as Canadians. I strongly support the temporary use permit to go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. I'll turn to the next speaker, please. Good evening.
Used to this public speaking.
Take your time.
My name is Marty Diller. I'm the president of SÍĩa VAS 3607 Orchard Place. That's right on right across the street from, that's where Elizabeth May's office is. We've had the petition go around and we only had 3 people not sign it because 2 were in Saskatchewan. But the thing that I was concerned about, the letter didn't explain anything, didn't say what the rules were when they were out of there. Last summer, we had people camping under a tree and we had 2 places for sale. We called the police, they did nothing. I got tired of power washing the feces and the urine out of a parking lot. And then we had one fellow who threatened me because he tried to steal a chair out of our parking lot. Then we had another woman there and she says, Elizabeth May owes me pot. Elizabeth May, and then she's swearing and cursing. And then another fellow's parked there and he had a stereo going. So most of the people in my building are, I'm over 80, my wife's over 80, and most of the people in our building are in their 90s or late 80s. And they're a little bit concerned about what's happening. The only trouble is you guys didn't put any rules. What are the rules going to be? What are they going to go after? And Adam Sterling on CFAX said the homeless should come out to Sidney because they've got lots of room there. I don't know if you heard that. Him say that. It can look like just take a ride down at Rock Bay. I went down Rock Bay. I hadn't been there for a long time, and there's people chasing people with a baseball bat, and these are the homeless. But the only trouble is they're in drugs. I know some of the homeless out here, they're harmless and they're nice people. They're just a little bit mentally bad. But some of them are mental because they're on drugs. Here.
Thank you for coming forward this evening. I'll turn to the next speaker. Good evening. Button at the bottom. There you go.
Good. My name is Barry Manning. I live at 9710 4th Street, across from the Anglican Church. I've heard people talk about compassion. I've heard people talk about responsibility. All that is fine. But most of those people drive in to go to the Anglican Church and they're members of the church, and that's fine. But I live right across the street from it. I see what happens just when last year when there were just 2 or 3 people over there camping by the trees and stuff. All I'm asking is, as a homeowner that lives there, as a taxpayer that lives in Sidney and loves this area, because it is a beautiful, beautiful area, all I'm asking you to do is don't let this go through. You're going to ruin that neighborhood. That's what's going to happen.
And I don't have an answer for what you need to do. I know that you have the problem and I don't, but I just don't want it where I have to live and where my wife has to go out when I'm not there and I can't be with her. So please do what we voted you in to do. Look after the people of the city, the people that pay you your taxes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming forward. Turn to the next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Tyler Bertelson, and I live on Mills Road, right across from the library. And I just want to note, my window, my bedroom window opens right across, to the front of the library. And I was living there during the time that the library was a temporary warming shelter. I actually never saw any homeless people. Like, I never saw homeless people on the street. I didn't see them by the library. I didn't know which nights the warming center was open. So I don't know if it was being used by homeless people. Personally, I was even a little anxious. Sometimes I look through the Venetian blinds and see if there's anyone like lurking around outside the library or inside the library. And every night I looked out, I could not tell. It made no impact on our neighborhood. And I was even anxious because I use the library. I like the library. I put holds on books from the library, and I spend a lot of time at the library. It had no effect on the library. So I don't presume to tell anyone how to vote, but I can tell from my firsthand experience that there was very negligible effects from the temporary warming center at the library. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. I'll turn to the next speaker.
Honorable Mayor, councillors, good evening. My name is Bob Earl, and I'm a resident of Sidney. And I'd like to speak just for the record tonight on the development of 9972 3rd Street. I just have kind of an executive summary of all the information that's been given. There's 4 points. Public participation, there's been an impediment. Public debate was bypassed when provincial housing legislation from 2023 stripped citizens of traditional public hearing formats. There's also been arbitrary municipal constraints. Municipalities face provincial pressures to approve developments that require changes to the established zoning rules. With this loss of public representation, written and verbal correspondence to council remains the only formal avenue for public oversight where one resident may speak on behalf of many. But council and staff are not alone with this bylaw development responsibility, considering the public communication thus far brought forward for evaluation. Number 2, design, building mass and neighborhood harmony. RM7 zoning versus the design. Compliance with correctly zoned land use bylaws means the intended use is lawful, re the amended legislation. It does not exempt the infrastructure design shortcomings from being addressed and corrected. There is a contextual mismatch. The proposed structure is overbearing and lacks the form or character to match Sidney residential neighborhood space in the adjoining 9,000 block of 3rd and 4th Street. Green space. Green space has not been enhanced or increased. There's loss of it. The scale of this new build permanently compromises and deletes the local natural canopy of trees in the new build approach direction. Number 3, financial complexity versus bonus density framework. RM7 zone threshold. Because the building is considered market rate housing without any affordable constraints, question, does it rely heavily on the bonus density framework for approval? This upzoning does not negate the need for attentiveness to the concerns raised to council. There are complex financial amenities. The underlying rental guidelines create an unstable operational structure for leasing residents. The amenities proposed within the design must be compliant with the quality of life rules in the BC Building Code for this building. There is an economic risk. The existing provincial housing construction glut and tight profit margins create high financial risk for developers and municipalities. Number 4, the final one, due diligence and fair representation. The public asks for priority of equal consideration. The task in front of council and staff is to balance developer stipulations versus the concerns of the community, and not the ongoing perception that out there that this is just futile action. Green light authorization will occur regardless.
I'll just ask you to wrap up in 30 seconds.
Okay, almost done. The long-term vision. This facility requires an urban renewal review that focuses on Sydney's permanent long-term success before a viable development permit is given within the approval process. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you for coming forward. Are there any other speakers this evening? Please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Wellborn. I live in Sydney. I'm speaking tonight in favor of the temporary use permit for an extreme weather response shelter at St. Andrew's Church. We know from experience at the Library Warming Center that our most vulnerable and unhoused citizens are quiet, respectful people who only want somewhere warm to stay on the coldest nights of the year. Responding to a comment earlier that no one wants homeless service in the neighborhood, I do. If I lived next door to St. Andrews, I would have no concerns about this proposal. Everyone in this room, including myself, is closer to becoming homeless themselves than they are becoming a billionaire. It only takes 1 or 2 wishes to fall into hard times, and it can be difficult or impossible to recover. Churches have historically been a place of refuge for asylum seekers, those fleeing persecution, the poor, and those that need support. What better place to continue that tradition than St. Andrew's Anglican Church in Sydney? On a lighter note, I'd just like to add that I'm also in favor of the street vending approval at 9429 Kenora. Small businesses outside the core provide equitable access to services for more residents, especially in an underserved area like West Sydney. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward this evening on those 2 items. I'll call for a third and final time if there's anyone wishing to come forward.
There's the fellow online, Mayor.
Thank you. So if the person online could activate their video, thank you. I'll turn the floor to you. You have 4 minutes to speak to an item. If you can please provide your name and the item that you're speaking to. Go ahead.
Good evening, Town Council. My name is Sudhanshu Chadda, and I am the owner of the Sidney Vape that is on 2310 Bacon Avenue. So I am speaking about the development variance application for the signage purpose on 2306. So firstly, I want to tell you the vape store is the different category from all other 19 plus stores, like the liquor store and the cannabis store. As per the Health Canada, the vape store can't open their windows and they can't show their products like liquor store or cannabis store can. So we have that point, like the Health Canada doesn't allow the minors to see or peep inside the window, or they can't, the minors should not be heard any sales which is going inside. That's why this Health Canada has issued that thing that the windows and everything should be covered and nobody can see from outside. So that's why my consideration is that please, when you discuss about this topic, please consider the vape stores different from other convenience store and the grocery stores or the 19 plus liquor store and cannabis store. So it's like huge difference in that. Thank you so much. That was my point.
Thank you for coming forward this evening. I'll turn back to the room. We just had that one person participating virtually. I'll turn back to the room if, and calling for a final time if anyone wishes to come forward. Not seeing any, I will close.
I think there's somebody coming from the lobby, Mayor.
Good evening. Just a microphone or a button at the bottom to activate the microphone.
Oh, hello.
No, you just push down. You're live now. If you just provide your name and the municipality you reside in and the item you're speaking to.
My name is Ariel Pereira and I live on Oakville Ave. I also have a business on 3rd Street too. I'm here to speak about the warming center. From my experience, I had a business downtown for 12 years. I also lived there for 12 years, well, 20 years. And I watched similar programs like this be implemented over a 20-year period, and I watched the environment degrade to a degree that businesses fled, people felt unsafe. So my biggest concern with this is we start small, we start with something that comes from a place of compassion, and then eventually it grows into something where it enables this type of behavior or bringing these types of people into the community that makes it more unsafe. And outside of that, I just feel that it would cause what's the right word? Unnecessary complications. I find that Sydney is a beautiful place. You can leave your car unlocked. You can leave your car windows down if you want. Yeah, so I think it's probably not the best idea, but those are my 2 cents. So thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to come forward. We do have another speaker. I'll pause just a moment. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Barbara Felt. I'm a proud resident of Sydney. And clearly there's a lot of passion this evening regarding the warming center. Passion on both sides. And I don't think we're ever going to find a solution that makes everybody happy. I don't live anywhere near the proposed warming center, so I'm not directly impacted. But this is my community as well. And what happens within my community will affect me. Not directly, and I acknowledge that. It's not the same. But I wonder if we're also dealing with 2 perhaps slightly separate issues. One is the homeless, and the other is behavior that is not conducive to the surrounding neighborhood. And I'm not sure whether it is always the same individuals who are going to be in both of those issues. So that is something to consider as well. As far as senior levels of government taking on this issue, absolutely. But the thing is, they're not taking it on. They're kicking the can down the road, and it ends up in our place. So where is it we put a warming center? Where do we house the unhoused in the extreme weather? Do we find some vague lot someplace out in nowhere? That's not the way we take care of ourselves, our residents. And for all we know, it's going to be a family member or maybe even ourselves that is one paycheck or one crisis away from ending up on the street. This isn't about perfect, and this isn't about, yeah, I like it, but not in my neighborhood. Then where do we do this? The other thing I want to take a note of is this is a temporary use permit. And I would assume, correct me if I'm wrong, that there is going to be a timeline to how long this temporary use permit is going to be. And there'll be an opportunity to reassess it. We had the library this past winter, and my understanding is from everything I've read, there were no problems. So can we perhaps just dial down our fears and our concerns and maybe even our anger and PO'dness about what may be happening, and give it some time and reassess? And if we need to call in the police because there's something happening, then that's what we need to do. But I think to not allow this to happen is not going to solve the issue. We're still going to end up having homeless, and we're still going to have people loitering and sitting on properties. That won't change. But at least by having a warming center, an emergency warming center, we know that those who want to take advantage of that facility will be safe that night from the extreme weather. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming forward this evening. I'm pausing just a moment to see if there's any other speakers who wish to come forward. Looking around the room, I'm not seeing any. I will close the public participation period and want to thank everyone who took the time to come forward this evening. We are next turning to presentations, and the first presentation this evening under item 7D2 is development permit application number DP 100852 and development variance permit application number DV 100372 at 9989 and 9991 Fifth Street. This is to relax. Sorry, I will pause for a moment if there are people who are wishing to leave. We will be coming to the temporary use permit item after this agenda item. Sorry, after a couple of agenda items, 2 presentations. Okay, we'll reconvene our meeting if we could. Thank you. I was indicating the development permit application number and the development variance permit application number at 9989 and 9991 Fifth Street to relax zoning bylaw requirements for front yard setback, rear yard setback, number of 3-bedroom units, unobstructed tree planting, and to relax off-street parking and loading bylaw requirements for number of off-street parking spaces and the percentage of small car spaces. I'll turn to the proponent if you'd like to identify yourself. And I do want to remind you, I'm sure staff indicated when this was arranged that you have up to 10 minutes. I would ask that you please keep to that this evening, and we would ask that if you would consider taking questions from members of council after your presentation. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. So at our last presentation, Mayor and Council directed us to revise its design to address the maximum number of stories and to the required setbacks. So we've eliminated the 5th floor entirely and brought the density down below the zone, so we're no longer rezoning it. So our application no longer requires an OCP amendment or a rezoning application. And now I will just go through the variances that we're requesting and why we're requesting them and some of the measures we're taking to mitigate any impact. Here's that balance. All right, just said that stuff. Does the clicker work? Oh, I did this way. Oh, sorry. Okay. Thank you. You better go faster now. I'm requesting a variance for 2 setbacks, so 1.5 meters off the front and 1.5 meters off the rear. I'm requesting this to just obtain the permitted density of 2.0 over 4 stories. So the rear setback was chosen just because it's the furthest away from any neighboring building. So as it's proposed, we would be roughly 19 meters between our building face and the other building face. And along this south property line is also where the surface parking is for a neighbor. So we would also be providing our vehicular access to our underground parkade in the same location there to consolidate that. The front setback was chosen because it faces the street with the widest boulevard. So the distance between the north setback and then the closest building face across Henry Ave would be about 27.53 meters. And I'm just getting these off of Vic map or Civic maps or your GIS maps. We are proposing public realm improvements along all of the boulevards in front of our property, so along Henry Ave and 5th. So we were widening the sidewalks, adding a curb bulb out for safety. We're going to be planting new street trees in the boulevard, and we just hope that we can improve some of the visual appeal of the street. But yeah, to mitigate these setbacks, and then also make the building look nicer in the day. Yeah, here's just some snips of the setbacks. Here's the civil engineering plan of the street bulb. Also, yeah, showing the improved safety and the tree planting. We are also requesting variance for 4 less parking stalls than is required. The OCP does provide a pathway for new developments to reduce parking if they provide the right amenities outlined in its OCP policies 1658 and 1659. We are providing transportation demand management measures of a designated mobility scooter parking area on the ground floor, 45 stalls of secured bike parking, 7 of visitor, and a bike maintenance station and electrified outlets for all the bikes, and EV readiness in the parkade for all cars. The town's climate action and transportation objectives in section 16.5 of the OCP actively encourage moving away from private vehicle reliance in favor of alternative eco-friendly transportation and alternate transportation. By providing these TDM measures, and we believe that a variance of 4 less parking stalls that is required aligns with the OCP and could be supported. We are also requesting that 11 of the 26 parking stalls be allowed to be small stalls. We are just doing this to try and get as much parking as we can within the underground parking. And the parkade is fully EV ready, and EVs tend to be smaller than their gasoline or diesel counterparts. Yeah, our rationale is that residents of the region will be incentivized in choosing like EV or even smaller gas-fueled cars in this building, just for greater fuel efficiency or environmental concerns, but there still is plenty of regular car parking. We are requesting to provide 1 less 3-bedroom unit than is required under the zone. We are providing primarily just 2-bedroom units, just under the assumption that this is what we believe is in the highest demand in the area, and will just help make the proposal financially viable in this market. It's in the way, I'm sorry. So yeah, here was one of the 3-bedrooms, and here's some typical 2-bedrooms, but it's kind of obscured by the zoom. We're requesting a variance to not provide a large tree planting area on the site, and we're just doing this to have as much parking as we can. But the trade-off we're hoping to make is to be planting trees all along the boulevard in front of our site. And then at our last presentation, I received negative feedback of the form and character of the proposal. And so to address this, we've fully redesigned its form and character on the exterior by taking inspiration from some of the multifamily nearby. It was last summer now that I walked around the neighborhood with some of the residents of the strata 9975 5th Street. And some of the developments they liked included the 2247 Henry down there in the corner, which I really like. 9846, here's another one. 9861 3rd. I don't know, there's a number of them, sorry. But yeah, we've incorporated a lot of these materials and themes that showed up in these examples in the neighborhood. And I hope that this new form and character is something that people like more than the last one. And it will fit well into its surroundings and its context. So yeah, I'll just show you some of the elevations now. So this would be from Henry. This is the north. This would be on the east property line, so interior side. This would be the rear. So this is like the and then this would be along 5th Street on the west. And yeah, here's just a rendering concept, just to try and kind of show maybe the boulevard improvements a little bit as well. And yeah, That's it. I've also got some metrics here if we get some questions about that, but I can pull that up after. So yeah, thank you so much for your time and letting me present again.
Thank you for keeping your presentation under 10 minutes, and I will turn to colleagues if there are any questions from the presentation. Councillor Garnett, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just ask the one, and it's to me is the most obvious. So when you presented in August of last year, and in the staff report, I went back and reread it. It indicated to staff, it indicated that if you were to remove the top 5th floor, which was 4 units, there was 26 units in the 4 stories, and that it would reduce the parking variance request at the time to 1, because at the time it was 25 units or 25 parking spaces and five units of variance. So my question is, given that the building would be 26 units before, if you just remove the top floor, you would need a parking variance. So if you'd explain why you wouldn't just remove the top floor.
Like go down to 3 stories from 4?
No. The original proposal was just 5,
yeah.
And then there was 4 on the top.
Yeah.
26 below. So I'm just wondering why you didn't just stick with the 26, removing the top 4 on the 5th floor, and then you wouldn't require a parking variance. Is that strictly just about financial feasibility?
Yeah. Sorry, I misunderstood. So we lost 4. The parkade got rejigged slightly, so we gained 1 more stall. But yeah, it was for financial viability to keep it at like a 30 unit count. So that's why there's less 3 bedrooms, but still 30 units.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duncan, please.
Yeah, thank you. Your previous letters had said part of your transportation demand was to have a Modo car share, and of course that's not in there now. Is that following conversations with Modo about how they would add another car? Because I know we've heard from developers before in the past that, Modo makes that decision about when they add a new car, and if that was part of the limitation there, or if this was a limitation from your site itself for providing a parking stall, or why you made that decision.
Modo said that they had 2 cars very nearby and they would support getting memberships for those cars. And then they also said they were open to communicating about putting one right in front of it, but it would have to be energized, and that would require some sort of right of way, or the city provide that energization. And I just didn't want to overly complicate the application, at least at this stage with that. But if that's something that is very supportable, we could look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor O'Keefe and Councillor Novick.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. A few questions. First of all, looking at the adaptable units. So I note that you're meeting the requirement for 20%, but I noticed that they're all 1-bedroom units. And I know it's not a requirement in the bylaw. There's nothing specific there about how those are allocated, but in previous in other developments that have come forward, the kind of rule of thumb has been they distribute those evenly. So there would be some 2 bedrooms, maybe a 3-bedroom. So I'm wondering if that is something that is still feasible, or what are your thoughts about that?
It would be somewhat feasible on some of the ground floor units, but as we get above it, the only part of the circulation with adaptable clearances was the one right across from the elevators, which just drove that.
Okay, so just a concern of mine, and I kind of understand your rationale, but if there was a way to rejig that a bit to have maybe at least some 2-bedroom units, that would be great. I think, people who have especially mobility issues, they have families, they have people come to visit. So they're, I think having a diversity of housing options for them, just as we do for able-bodied people, is something that would be a good idea.
Thank you.
In terms of the look of the building, I'm still having some difficulty with the appearance.
Okay.
What you gave us, one of the things I noticed was that there aren't any balconies, which I think is a nice feature, especially for residents to have some outdoor space. And in fact, in the examples that you showed just now about buildings that you took inspiration from, it looked like they all had balconies. So I'm wondering if that's something that's possible, or is that something you gave thought to?
It would require further variances to setbacks, which is why that was trimmed up. I like balconies. I would provide balconies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's yeah, feedback. And I guess the other, similar to Councillor Garnett's question about the number of units, when this was approved before, it was 19 units, all parking provided, no variances. And so this is, and that was 4 stories. And so now we're gone from 19 to 30 units. And obviously we're in a current economic climate where land is expensive, construction is expensive. I understand that. But I'm just getting the sense from the number of variances in terms of, the parking, the setbacks, not having an unobstructed tree planting area, and a few other things, of the reduction of the 3-bedroom units. I just getting the feeling that we're trying to cram a lot into that space. And what flexibility is there to, if it worked before for 19 units, and then I know that was a few years ago, and as Councillor Garnett says, there seemed to be some flexibility in the past. So whether that's still an option or not.
Yeah, I don't have insight into the last developer's actual performa or anything, but I can say that he wasn't able to build what was approved. He went into foreclosure, which is how we got the property. I maybe foolishly assumed I could cram this much into here, and I'm trying my best to make it at least livable units that are tasteful, but it can't be trimmed back down to 19 units. Little tweaks can be made here and there, but I also don't want to have to go bust on this as well.
Yeah, understood. Yeah. Okay. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Keefe. Councillor Novick, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. Just to make sure that we're all on the same page here, that this is to be stratified condominiums or apartments, rentals?
Yeah, stratified condominiums.
Stratified condos. Okay, great. One thing I noticed in your project information listing is that you've achieved a lot coverage of just under 52%, and the bylaws allow for 55% lot coverage. My question is, could you have built the building within that 55% lot coverage and not have the variances, or at least the 2 major 1.5 meter front and rear variances?
For setbacks, no, it's not physically possible. So yeah, it's a great zone. It's a blanket zone, but sometimes it doesn't fit every lot it's applied to. The RM7. So yeah, it would be impossible to reach full lot coverage without any setback variances. Is that
okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I've noticed in your renderings or your artist renderings that you have very big flat roof. Have you given any thought to either rooftop amenities such as rooftop deck, barbecue area, whatever, since we don't have balconies in this building and we've really maxed out the building so that there isn't a lot of space for residents to enjoy much in the way of out of doors? So either rooftop decks or failing that, perhaps solar panels to power your common areas and help reduce costs for your owners.
Yeah, I had not considered solar or anything, but a rooftop amenity area or patio is nice, and I'd like to explore that. I just know that it probably would with the elevator room projection in the middle. I don't think you'd really see it from the street, but it would require variance to max height, which is why I avoided giving elevator access to the roof. But if that's something that's supportable, I would actually really like that.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much for presenting and taking our questions this evening. We will come back to the item after a couple of other items. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we're now turning to item 7D3, which is a presentation from from Bill Collins from Radio Sydney regarding a Radio Sydney application for FM broadcast license. Good evening, Mr. Collins.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors. My name is Bill Collins. I live at 2028 Westbrook Drive, and I'm also the president of the Sydney Arts and Media Society, operators of Radio Sydney. We've been gainfully working in this community, providing stories for the last 7 years. Right now, we're at a pivotal point in news, local news and information in Canada. And Radio Sydney is stepping up to the plate by going for a broadcast license to Industry, Science and Economic Development Canada for a 92.7 on your FM dial. Our application to ISID will include a call sign CFVI coming from Vancouver Island. So, as I said, we've been around since 2019. We're the trusted local news source for information, news, authoritative information, the voice of Sydney, the voice of North Saanich, and the voice of Central Saanich. As a trusted provider of news, we see what's happening in the world around us. It is very clear, even as late as last week, where Vancouver lost its only news radio, 24-hour news radio. Big commercial media is winding up their tents and moving to the big city, leaving a massive gap in information and authoritative news on the ground in communities like Sydney. Community radio across Canada will fill that gap come hell or high water. We recognize that in the world of radio, in the world of news, and the world of information, it's important to note that we are partners with the local community. And we do that in partnership, for example, with the Sydney Celebration Society, who last year we live broadcast Sydney Sparkles Parade. And we live broadcast, for those who dared watch it, the polar bear swim. But in addition, we also try to be socially responsible. We recognize some service groups are continuing to struggle. So, for example, we supported at length the Legion last year with the ceremony at the Cenotaph. We live streamed that for folks that could not get out and attend this very important civic ceremony. So that's the kind of things that community grassroots radio does. So if I could have the next slide. Okay, thank you.
As a reverse direction, 180.
Thank you. Radio, not television. So we're the voice of Sydney and the surrounding municipalities when it matters the most. One of the benefits of being a FM broadcaster is the fact that we can be the voice of the community in emergency situations. And to that end, we hope to partner with the town of Sydney and the Sydney Fire Department, because it is our goal to put the mast for the broadcast on top of the community safety building with a transmitter within that community safety building, such that in the event of an emergency, when cell towers may be down, when access to the island, both air traffic and ferry traffic may be not in existence, we will be able to live broadcast from the community safety building to those folks that have a crank-up radio, because chances are your power might not be restored for a few days. So this is something that we can bring to the community. We've shown that we can do that under pressure. We showed that in COVID times
when we were broadcasting daily live with interviews with the mayor, interviews with councillors, and interviews with folks in the emergency command center, giving people authoritative information on what they should do. It's not just that. We're also the voice of the community and the interesting people and the thought leaders in this community. They speak through our online airwaves, and we're looking for the opportunity to take that to FM broadcast. We've had 30,000 plays across 1,200 locally produced shows since 2019. This is an important point for Radio Sydney, because we can be the voice of the community. Aha, look at that. Stories that only we can tell. I'll give you an example. Beware Mysterious Mark. This was a project undertaken by seniors in the community to tell the true story of elder financial abuse going on in our community. We illustrated the point through a 10-part docuseries, which has gone through now more than 7,500 downloads within this community and across Canada, illustrating the challenges that face vulnerable seniors in our community. We bring those stories to light. We have Kelsit Creek, which I hope next time you'll be able to see, Flowing Through Time, which is a video series with the support of Artsy to try and illustrate natural spaces in our community. This is what radio does. Today, radio needs to be seen to be heard, and this is very important. We've also produced videos on the impact of sea level rise in Sydney, and of course, the age-old topic of how you do redevelopment. What's the feasibility for redevelopment on Beacon Avenue? These are information pieces that people need to be aware of and to create this public discourse. Evidence tonight with Radio Sydney on an FM broadcast, we'll be able to air those voices, those challenging voices with challenging issues facing the council and the city and the citizens of Sydney. And in addition, we have news.radiosydney.ca. And that's an important voice for written word, albeit online, not in print, but written word with in-depth articles and access to resources. We go deep into some of the stories. We're not bylines. We are actually trying to bring forth information on which people can make their best decisions. And of course, let's not forget elections coming up in the fall. Radio Sydney will be right there, sticking our microphones into anybody's face that will listen. So what we're asking for very specifically is a letter of support from this council in support of our application to the CRTC for a low power FM broadcast license originating from the community safety building, which we expect the signal to get out between 2 and 5 kilometers based on our 50-watt broadcast limit under new regulations from the CRTC, providing a voice to community radio across Canada. We hope to be 92.7 CFVI, your local voice for authoritative news, information, and stories, giving voice to those that are underserved and underrepresented in community discourse in Sydney by the Sea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to colleagues if there are any questions. Councillor Duncan, please.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I see you've included that it's already been endorsed by the fire chief, your proposal. Are you also getting letters of support from PMO and our community's safety building operators? I guess it would be both of them if you're using them for emergency broadcast.
Yes, we will include those in our package to the CRTC. So that package will go within the next 6 weeks. It gives us time to get the requisite level of support from our community and from the important agencies within this community to help with that.
Okay. And hopefully when you put the microphones in people's faces, it's so that they'll talk and not listen. This is thank you anyway. And looking forward to listening.
Thank you. Councillor Novick, please, and then Councillor O'Keefe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. I'm a big fan of radio. 50 watts, you said, is sort of the particular threshold that you're starting at with a 2 to 5 kilometer signal. Yet you mentioned at the very beginning of your presentation that you were hoping to be representative, not only town of Sidney, but North Saanich and Central Saanich. Well, the distance from Sidney Safety Building to Central Saanich, Brentwood Bay, for example, is 10, 12 kilometers. What would it take to go to the next level of broadcast power in order to reach the far-flung corners of our empire?
I like the way you put that. So there's a couple of options. First of all, this low power FM license is under the new terms of the development licenses for community radio, new CRTC regulations. And it puts a limit on the power of 50 watts. So we're basically, as the crow flies, maximum 5 miles, but that's terrain dominated. So we have two choices for the future. Number one is to put repeater stations in so that we can reach further with more masts going up. For example, there's nothing to say we couldn't put a mast on this North Saanich Fire Hall in McTavish, for example. Secondly, the 50 watts is the limit for low power community development. There's nothing to stop us after 4 years going back to the CRTC and saying we'd like more power, please, because we have to get to the further reaches of the community. So that would be plans B and C as we demonstrate that we can support a community station here in Sidney.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. That's pretty much all for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor O'Keefe, please.
Thank you for the presentation. Big fan of Radio Sidney. What really resonates with me, one of the things is your comments about the big communications empires and consolidating communications in big centers. And so I do have a concern about how local issues and information, it just seems that there's no venue for that. So I really support this and happy that you're bringing it forward. Just kind of a technical or process thing, and maybe it's to staff, but are we looking to make a motion? Is a motion required tonight then in order to, I didn't see that in the agenda.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, for your question. Typically, a request like this is the type of thing I would recommend for council to consider and not make a decision when in the same evening that their presentation is being presented. That allows council time to consider the request. Additionally, it would allow staff the opportunity to respond to any questions or concerns that council might have. For example, this request is looking to put a transmitter on one of our facilities. And so it might be a good idea for council to, if councils were so inclined, to ask staff to bring back a report on this at the next council meeting for consideration.
Okay, thank you. And back to Mr. Collins. So is there a time frame or a deadline as to when you have to put forward your package to the CRTC?
Yes, so the CRTC package has to come within 30 days from a submission of the ISID application for the spectrum. So that we expect to have that application ready later this week or mid next week. And then it will be 30 days from that to complete the application. So mid-August, I would say, is our deadline. And I accommodated that in trying to get before council tonight so that there would be enough time for us to answer the necessary questions so that perhaps in the August council meeting, there would be an ability to deliver that letter.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. So
Hearing the discussion and the question, and thank you, Mr. Edwards, for that information. It would be appropriate. We do have another question, but it would be appropriate to make a motion to request staff bring a report back to the August meeting regarding the Sidney Radio's license CRTC application.
okay, I will make that motion, and that this issue of the letter of support for the CRTC application by Sidney Radio Sidney be referred to staff a report to bring back to the next council meeting in August.
I'll second.
Okay, does staff have that captured? Thank you. Alternative movers?
No, I think we've covered it.
Likewise, I think it's a great idea. I think if in this day and age, we seem to be moving away from this type of broadcast facility. And I admire any group that wants to move in the other direction and increase our access to this type of news and perhaps even emergency communications, which I think is a wonderful byproduct, if you will, of this type of application. So I'm all in favor of it. Thank you.
There are comments, Councillor Depp?
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions I had prior to the motion.
Go ahead.
Just a question, Mr. Collins. Thank you for your presentation and information, and thank you to you and your volunteers for the last 7 years. I remember when Radio Sydney started in the back of a thrift shop in Mary Winspear Centre, and hopefully you've got a new location for future shows. My question to you is, why would the CRTC object to this happening? Like, what kind of reinforcement do we have to give to make them say yes?
Well, I think the proposal as it now stands is an excellent testament to community radio and exactly along the lines that the CRTC wants to see for more radio in Canada. At this point, the CRTC is a highly regulated body, and they do review all applications with an extreme level of detail, and we accept that, we embrace that, and so while today I can't tell you why they might disapprove of the application, I can say that in general, the CRTC is amenable and trying to facilitate these sorts of proposals coming from Grassroots Canada.
Thank you. And given the motion on the floor right now, our next meeting is not till August 10th. And I'm wondering, given your timeline, you've just indicated that that's the middle of August as you have to have this in place. Does that still give enough time, or do we need to expedite this?
I don't think there's a need to expedite. If I, as the council in his wisdom has said, obviously questions need to be asked and answered, that's perfectly acceptable. For us, if I delay my ISET application by 1 week, it will not jeopardize the application process in general. I do want to give time to make sure that we answer all the questions. The chief has brought forward some questions. We have some answers available to council for the kinds of questions that we might expect. So I welcome any questions you might have, and I'll be prepared to answer them as necessary.
So from what you've just said, I understand that you've got some preliminary discussions with the chief about putting up transmitter on top of the community safety bill, and certainly the CAO has indicated that staff will give some further thought to that. So things are in progress, is what you're saying.
Well, we scoped it out. I actually have a transmitter that was donated by Peachland Radio in the city of Penticton, but it's only 30 watts. So I've got to go seek funding to get it to our 50 watts because Praise FM out of Bellingham broadcasts at 100,000 watts and it swamps our signal. So you have to make sure that we, if we're isolating our 92.7, that we are heard where we want to be heard.
Thank you. And if I can speak to the motion now, Mayor, I'm in favor of this motion and hopefully we can push it forward. I think that the fire chief and emergency services PEMA would appreciate having additional communication services beyond the typical ham radio operators they have that reaches a broader spectrum of people. So I think this would be a valuable asset to the community in emergencies. I further see that the Radio Sydney has demonstrated its commitment to the community in various events, as the proponent has indicated, but also in different things and shows they've brought to the community that have an entertainment value. So I think there's value both in safety and in entertainment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gurnett.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Collins, for your presentation, and thank you for all you've done. It's been a pleasure to be part of the journey back in 2019, and I can go even back further. It's so much better than producing in your upstairs bedroom. I remember that very well. And you've touched on something that's really important, and that is local news and how that is evaporating in both print form and in other ways across the country, allowing for more disinformation and misinformation to take hold. So it's a valuable service. I support the motion fully, but I had a question. When is it you're hoping to be up and running? Do you have a timeline you're looking at?
Yeah, 12 to 18 months. These things take slow time, methodical, as I've mentioned. CRTC is slow. The track record isn't great. However, CRTC, these are relatively new regulations in place for low power FM. And I fully expect we'll be given as fair treatment as we need to be to conform to the regulatory process. Best guess, 18 months. I wouldn't expect it would be available before then.
Great, thank you. And once again, thank you for your commitment to this community and what you bring to it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. For a second time, everybody has spoken in support.
I just have a question, Mayor, if that's okay.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Just very quickly, this letter of support, well, I'm certainly in favor of it. My question is, does CRTC require this for your application, or is this something that will simply enhance your application?
The CRTC requires evidence of community support for such stations. It's not a requirement that the town of Sidney provide a letter of support, but it is a great feather in the cap of the application.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Thank you very much.
So we're now turning to, we did indicate that, well, the next item is 8A, that is going to come a couple of items later. So we're now turning to 9A, which is a temporary use permit application number TEM 00003 at 9691 4th Street, St. Andrew Anglican Church, to allow the operation of an extreme weather response shelter. And we do have a recommendation. I just will note that at the meeting of June 22nd, this has been a topic of discussion for over a year and in a process. But at the meeting on June 22nd, Council's recommendation was that owners and tenants in occupation of property within 75 meters, 250 feet of 9686 3rd Street be notified regarding this temporary use permit. And that staff be directed to advertise consideration of the permit in 2 consecutive issues of the Peninsula News Review. And that any written correspondence be received and forwarded to council at the time of consideration of approval of the permit. During during approval of the agenda this evening, I made reference to correspondence that has been received. So we did receive a petition with 132 individuals opposed. We did receive an extra 51 pieces of correspondence. And then, of course, we had many speakers also this evening. So we certainly had lots of input on this topic at tonight's meeting and in previous meetings as we've been working through this, as I indicated, for about a year now. I will turn to Councillor Duck.
Yes, I'd like to read the recommendation that the bylaw be given first reading.
Second.
Sorry, this is on
9A, Councillor Duck.
Sorry. I move that the temporary use permit application be approved subject to the conditions as per council resolution number 2026.17.302.
Still second.
Sorry, seconded by Councillor Novick. So I will turn to the mover and seconder.
Thank you, Mayor. And as the mayor's indicated, we've had lots of discussion around this. And we did try a temporary use permit this past winter, and it was successful. Thank you to Beacon Community Services and in part St. Andrews. We have demonstrated this can work, and we do need it in our community. This is a 3-year temporary use permit to see if it can work on a longer term. And by longer term, we're talking about potentially 13 nights of a year. That's 13 out of 365 nights. These people live in our community. These people are part of our community. They are residents of our community. And we have 5 square kilometers in which we live in. And so somewhere this is going to exist in our community. It will always be in somebody's backyard. And I think that's the challenge, is that these people are living here. They need somewhere to survive. An emergency cold weather shelter is about survival. It's about living another day. And I think that's the important thing we have to do. And we have to get out and meet these people. And some of you have talked about meeting them. These are our neighbors. These are people who have lived and fallen on hard times. And it's important that we recognize what we need to do to help them live another day. And when it's freezing cold outside, living another day means a warm place inside and potentially a warm meal. That's all we're offering 13 times a year. That's pretty low bar to reach to help people along. What are the alternatives? We've looked at lots of alternatives, and certainly we've been looking and studying this for a while, and this is the best alternative. We've got the cooperation of St. Andrews generously supplying space. We've got the support of Beacon Community Services to provide an excellent service, which they have demonstrated they do in other communities and can do very well and safely, and in the protection of others. Like and St. Andrews does provide meals already. And so this is a demonstrated success project, both at St. Andrews and at the library. And I think part of the challenge we have is we fear what could happen. And that because in other communities that exists, whether you think of Pandora Avenue or other communities. And I think we've got 2 proponents that are willing to take that chance to service our community. I think we need to support them. This is not something the municipality can do or deliver, because that's not within our realm of control. It has been given to us, I use that generously, by the province to deliver. And we have to take care of those people that are unhoused in our community, that are our residents and that need our help. The other part of this is just, we need to know that this is not day in, day out. This is, again, 13 days of the year maximum. Last year was 7. So I think this is a very small piece that our community can come together and do and help those that live in our community. These are not for people that are going to come from elsewhere. They're not going to get on a bus in cold situation, travel out to here because we've got some magical cold weather shelter that is better than everywhere else. This is the same as other places. This is what happens when it's too cold for them to move anywhere in the community. We are taking care of those that are in our community, that live in our community, that support our community, and we need to support them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duck. I'm just going to turn to staff for a moment. I appreciate you indicating that, the estimating the frequency that it operates a year. I might turn to our CAO, Mr. Edwards, or Fire Chief Mickelson, if they have comment in terms of anticipated or a range of nights that this might operate in a season.
Thank you for the question, Mayor. And I wouldn't want to try to play weatherman at any given time. It's forecasting the future, but based on 6 weeks of operation, most recently we activated for 7 nights. So, the number of 13, I would say, is probably a rough estimate. Could it exceed that by 15 or 20%? That's quite possible. But if it's a mild year, it could be less than that. So I think that's a reasonable estimation, but again, it shouldn't be taken as gospel, because the weather will do what the weather will do.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to the seconder, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This is and has been a very difficult question for most of us as councillors to consider. As a councillor, I like to think I represent all citizens of Sydney, both those in favor of this temporary use permit, as well as those who are opposed to it. I'm not going to get into a boxing match to decide whether there are more pros than cons or more cons than pros. I think it's important enough that there are people on both sides of the fence. And it would be a very difficult thing to decide if we're just listening to what people say. But as councillors, we also represent those less fortunate than we are. And we have to consider those people who are affected by homelessness and who suffer the mental illnesses, the drug addiction, and other chronic ailments that put them on the street in the first place. And we've heard the arguments. Yes, it's not our fault. It's not something that it's not a problem that we've caused. We'd love for the federal government to throw money our way to solve this problem. It's not happening. We'd love for the provincial government to do more to assist us. And by the way, for those who are concerned, the provincial government does compensate us for out-of-pocket expenses when an emergency warming shelter is activated. So the provincial government is contributing, although perhaps not as much as we would like to see. We have experience with emergency warming shelters from this past year. As you just heard our fire chief describe, that we had 7 activations over 6 weeks. Was it 7, Chief? 7 activations over the last year. Those activations were remarkable in that there were absolutely no incidents. There was nothing that would suggest that having an emergency warming shelter operate either in the library, which is just as close to neighboring residences as the Anglican Church is to neighboring residences in the area. And there is nothing to suggest that the emergency warming shelter would bring any additional, what's a good word to use? Problems, maybe, to that area. I used to live in that area. I lived for 5 years on 2nd and Oakville. I was a stone's throw from the church. And even then, there were issues with homeless people in the area. That's not going to change. Whether there is an emergency warming shelter there or not, that is not going to impact the problem of homelessness in Sydney. The fact that we will have an emergency warming shelter will not impact the homeless problem in Sydney. What it will do is ensure that those few people who are suffering from a lack of suitable housing will at least have a place to get out of the freezing cold weather for those few days a year when it's necessary. I noted in the letter accompanying the petition with 130 odd names attached to it that one of the things that was said was, and I can't quote it verbatim because I don't have it in front of me, but it stuck in my head, and that was, we really do support an emergency warming shelter, but we don't support it where you're planning to put it. Well, Sydney's a relatively small and highly built out community. I don't think that there is a location in the town of Sydney where you could put an emergency warming shelter and within 50 meters of that space, you wouldn't encounter a large number of residential properties. And so to simply say by one group of people that we don't want it in our backyard, please put it in somebody else's backyard, is somewhat disingenuous. And I have difficulty with that. So I am happy to support this temporary use permit. And I'll draw attention as well to the word temporary. It is a temporary use permit. It will be in effect for 3 years, if I'm not mistaken, and that will give us a chance to evaluate just how this process will unfold and what the impacts will be on the community and on the church and on the people who are providing services. And at that point, it will invariably come back to council to decide on whether or not that should be extended, whether it should be canceled, or whether something else should be done. But right now, if I follow my conscience and what I feel the majority of Sydneyites would support, would be the ability to have a temporary use permit allowing an emergency weather response shelter at the Anglican Church. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Novak. I'll turn next to Councillor O'Toole, then Councillor O'Keefe.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll start by acknowledging I suspect mine may be a voice in the wilderness, but where you're going to see strong consensus, I think, from council and from the community at large, is with respect to sincere appreciation to St. Andrews, to your community, to your parishioners, and to Beacon Community Services for your support and work in these important matters. And frankly, it's doubtful that we would not have this discussion this evening without your support in looking to bring this forward. And it's an important dialogue for this community to have. So my appreciation in that respect. This proposal is not a field of dreams. It's not a build it and they will come. Homelessness is here. It's already here. We recognize that. But also, our residents and our businesses are here as well. And I think it's an important discussion that we've been having. This shelter proposal has caused certainly some anxiety in the community. And we've seen this happen previously. And the town, through the good work of staff in conjunction with Beacon Community Services, came up with a solution last winter, which was around an emergency warming center. And as has been noted, that center operated at the local library with great success. And it operated for a period of approximately 6 weeks. I can't help but think that this is not the better interim solution on an ongoing basis, at least near term, so that we can see the impact of this throughout a full winter and perhaps beyond. If the goal is to save lives, to provide a warm center to receive the homeless and provide them comfort, safety, and security, that was accomplished this past winter during that 6-week period through the good work of Beacon Community Services and town staff. And again, with thanks to St. Andrews for ensuring that conversation took place. So we've had a mechanism that has worked, that has supplied that support, that safety net. And so I'm inclined to see the town continue to look to re-engage with Beacon Community Services on a continued basis to operate a warming center of that nature versus a shelter at the proposed location, in part because of the concern that has been expressed by the local community. I do think, and my colleagues, I'm sure will recognize this, that if it weren't July, and this matter hadn't gone out in sort of late June to look for feedback, we would have had an even greater turnout this evening. The reality is there will be a number of people, given the time of year, that deservedly so have checked out to a degree from dialogues of this nature. There's often many I know who can't afford to check out, and that this is a matter of crucial dialogue for them. But I don't think we're seeing a full reflected response from the community because of the time of year it is that we're addressing this. And I would encourage my colleagues to give that some further consideration. I think we are being compassionate. We are looking to provide support, and I believe there's strong consensus that we would continue to do so if this temporary use permit at this location is denied. I'll leave my comments there, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rintoul. I'll turn to Councillor O'Keefe, followed by Councillor Duncan, followed by Councillor Gurnett.
Thank you. I'm in support, in support of the motion. First, I'd like to comment on why I think St. Andrews is the best location rather than continuing at the library. When we initially talked about this 3 years ago, St. Andrews was identified as a preferred location for a number of reasons. One of the reasons was because of its location. So it's central. Many of the people that use the shelter, excuse me, are already familiar with St. Andrews. They're accessing their services. And so from a safety and trust perspective, they felt good going there. Some of those did go to the library, and that turned out all right. But St. Andrews is easier for them to access. When it's really cold outside, and if you're a senior citizen who is pushing a cart around all day and you've got to hoof it down to the library, that's a long walk to go there and back again. So I think that's one of the reasons I think St. Andrews is a good place to go. The other thing is, in some of the letters, they talked about, we need to have a place where people have other supports available. Well, that's what St. Andrews has been. So they're not only providing meals, lunchtime once a week, meals on Friday, I think Saturday. I've lost track of all the meals you're providing, but they're providing supports there. There's volunteers there who provide counseling to members of the homeless community. They help them get access to healthcare and mental health care, and that sort of thing. So there's nobody at the library doing that. I mean, that's obviously not their role. The other point I would bring is that the library, because it was just a warming station, we weren't able to provide sleeping material. So as someone mentioned earlier, what it consisted of, people had to sleep in chairs and maybe they got a blanket. So St. Andrews provides the opportunity. There's more space, and mats can be provided so people can have a good night's sleep on a mat and with sleeping bag, pillows, like the rest of us would like to have. The other thing is that the library doesn't have a kitchen. So St. Andrews has a kitchen. So there'll be Beacon Community Services would be able to provide hot meals there, which wasn't available at the library. So the library was limited to just providing cold sandwiches and snacks. So those are some of the reasons why I think St. Andrews is the preferred location. I also want to speak to, some of the concerns. And I listen to people who are opposed to this tonight. And I don't want you to think that we're not listening or not sympathetic to what you're having to say. But I want you to know is that we have not embarked upon this lightly. So we have looked at other shelters. So there's a shelter, emergency cold weather shelter in SÁNEĆ that operates in a residential area, and talked with them. Same sort of type of operation, no issues in those neighborhoods. Beacon Community Services, who has operated numerous shelters like this in the Greater Victoria area, no issues as well. In regards to concerns about noise and disturbance, that sort of thing, you heard earlier tonight that over the course of when we operated this, there was a total of 15 different people who took advantage of the service. And on any one night, there was maximum of 7. So 3 to 7 people per night. So the neighborhood is not going to be overrun with hundreds of people in the neighborhood doing terrible things. The other thing I want to mention is about, I think there's an impression of what a profile, so to speak, of homeless person that many people hold. And we had a report from the Community Planning Council of Greater Victoria earlier this year with their point in time count. And what we learned from that is that the profile of a homeless person has changed dramatically in recent years. And that's due to a number of things. The biggest thing, costs of housing and very little affordable housing available all over the place. And so what that means is that those people who are just kind of living on the cusp or barely making it, they get one kind of curveball thrown at them in terms of they lose their job, they experience a marital breakup, whatever. They're out on the street with no place to live, or they're living in their car. And so that new profile of homeless people includes a lot more seniors, youth, First Nations people, and persons with disabilities, and also women fleeing violence. So those, it's not just, I'm not going to deny that there's people that are homeless that have mental health and addiction issues. They're out there as well, but it's a much broader spectrum than I think people realize. I think it's notable. I had a discussion with the housing coordinator at Beacon Community Services not too long ago. And she mentioned to me that she had over 150 seniors on the Saanich Peninsula that were in precarious housing situations. So they were extremely anxious about where they were gonna live. We saw that happen when the buildings on 3rd Street were taken down. That was an example of a whole lot of people living in older buildings who had a reasonable rent, and suddenly their property was bought and they had to leave. And there was people that left there was an elderly woman, a senior, and she was accumulating tents and tarps and sleeping bags because she didn't know where they were going to live. So I think that's important in understanding the bigger picture on who these people are. And just my last comment, I guess, in response to those that think that, we need to put this shelter in another area. As colleagues have said, don't know where that should be. But what I would say is these people are human beings. And human beings live in residential areas. And just because they're having some difficulty in their lives doesn't mean that they should be shunned or banished from our community. Many of them have been living here for a long time. And these are not people who have sort of parachuted in. They've been here for a long time, and they deserve our compassion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Keefe. I'll turn next to Councillor Duncan and Councillor Gannett.
Yeah, thank you. I'm also going to be voting in favor of this application. This was something I know the Anglican Church has been advocating for, was the first group to come forward saying that we needed to have specifically services for unhoused people in Sydney, and have been carrying this ball all the way here to this point, which is as much as we can do at this point in Sydney with these resources. And so it's odd to hear people make the argument that the church is the last place it should be, since when we first were having these discussions, that was what people kept saying. Well, why are you looking for a place over here? There's all these churches in town. Then they should have it because that's what churches are supposed to do. And we said we'd have to be like, we're so sorry. That was our first evaluation because it's them that brought it up. And, we couldn't make it work with the provincial requirements. And then, of course, the goalposts always move. The province was not the problem. Our town staff and the province and Beacon Services have been really great in working to make this work. And so this is right where it should be, with precisely the people who've been asking for it. The Yimbys the entire time, not even my neighborhood in our building. They said, we want this in our building because we care about these people that we actually personally know. And that's why this is such a great location. I know I work across the street, essentially, from the Anglican Church. And so I sometimes go there to the Labyrinth to eat my lunch. And I see that the people at the church are weeding the garden, and they maintain that grounds themselves. And so it seems very likely to me that the volunteers who maintain the grounds on the church are already aware of the people who are there and the services they offer, and the people who are frequently perhaps on their property sometimes. I have seen them there too. My daughter attends Girl Guides, and so sometimes we go over there before going there. And I know the Anglican Church was there for our anniversary at the Scout Hall. I also live across the street from where the emergency warming shelter was this time. So again, this is like everywhere I am. This issue has been on my doorstep as well. And I am one of the decision makers. It would be very poor form for me to say, no, because I have never seen with my own eyes a problem. I have seen homeless people. I've had, in my time in Sydney, some less good conversations, but I would say 99.9% of the threats I have received that are, sub-legal issue, but definitely make me feel unsafe in my town, have made me stop volunteering, are all from homeowners who come to remind me that they own me because they voted for me, or maybe they didn't, but I'm an elected official. And I think it's important to know that in a community, when decision makers are making decisions, that we are in fact trying to make decisions for those who don't have voices and who maybe didn't come to council. I was pleased to see one of my neighbors, a couple of my other neighbors did know that there is a warming shelter and came to speak for it, because I thought I was maybe the only one who'd even known it was there. But clearly they did, because we don't hear from the people who aren't afraid of things and who aren't worried of things. And most of the time, when I'd ask people, have you seen the discussion on Facebook? What kind of horrible names are they calling me and talking about? They know where my kids go to school this time. And they'll be like, we don't go on Facebook anymore. It's too toxic, the things that people say. I was upset to see the letter that, somebody who was exercising her right to, voice her own personal ethical considerations about this, whether I believe, agree with them or not, now feels unsafe in her community. But I will say she's very much not the first and not alone. And it's not having much to do with unhoused people, but rather, as one other resident said, the behavior that all people have, whether or not they're in a house. And believe you me, being in a house does not prevent people from having threatening, dangerous behavior or damaging other people's property, as perhaps some other neighbors where I work may know. And I should hope that when it comes to ethical considerations, ideas about whether people are in a majority or not, we talk about that a lot in democracy, about majority rules. And I'm going to use a word or a phrase because people used it a few times without, I think, listening to it. But where if there was a majority, say 98% of the town of Sydney came to offer a final solution to the homeless problem, people used that phrase a few times. I thought, oh, that's so ominous when they say it. I know they don't mean that, but I would vote against such a thing, right? When we're exercising our decision-making powers, we're not just looking at whether you can get enough people to say a thing. We have to look at the full situation and the context in which decisions are being made. Is there a plausible threat here? In this case, are we avoiding issues, which was we are not actually bringing in more people? Are we mitigating the problems, which is we worked with our town staff, we've worked with our emergency services personnel, we've the people who actually run the site, people who run services for seniors and unhoused people already. Beacon Community Services are on board and have experience with this. We have experience with these very specific individuals here. All of these things mean this is fully mitigated. And regardless of what a majority may believe, we actually have to look at it fulsomely about what has actually happened, and who is actually there and who the actually impacted individuals will be, which is, of course, primarily the Anglican Church and the unhoused individuals themselves. And those of us who live in the surrounding neighborhood do have something to say, or who work in the surrounding neighborhoods. But we have to actually listen to experience of, I think, as people have said, behaviors themselves, and not simply blanket aspersions about what may happen. I guess my closing comment would say, my time on Sydney Council, I have heard the phrase about the future demographics and the concerns they have enough times that, again, I find when people start using these phrases, how triggering that means. And I know that they don't just mean unhoused individuals, and I know they don't just mean actual threats to their safety. I know it means anything that is new and different. And I'm kind of hoping that we'll listen to, as some people said, facts that are on the ground and not just people's fears. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. I'll turn to Councillor Gurnett, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I apologize in advance if I repeat any comments that have been made already. Making notes during public participation and others sort of added on to thoughts that I already had. I just want to start by thanking my colleagues for their thoughts and for their thoughtful consideration on everything they've had to say to this point. I'd like to thank everybody who's written in, spoken tonight, and that includes both sides of the equation. This is an issue where there's strong feelings on both sides. Appreciate the advocacy of St. Andrews and BCS for vulnerable people in our community. Thank you very much. It's really important. I'm going to go back a little bit on my comments. I'm going to speak to some of what's been written and said. The Wakefield Manor decision, I voted against that happening there, and my decision was based on the fact I didn't think it should happen in a residential building, and that there was probably not as good a communication as could have happened with the residents of the building, which caused a lot of angst and concern for them. And so we moved to a few months later where I worked with Councillor Duck and Councillor O'Keefe in pursuing something which led to the centre. And thank you for the BCS for meeting with us and reconsidering and bringing it to your board. It proved to be very successful. I just had questions today for staff, and there were no incidents of drug paraphernalia, drug use, public intoxication, nuisance complaints. Those things did not happen according to the RCMP and our staff, and I certainly heard nothing, and I don't think any of my other council members heard anything. It seemed to have worked as expected. And I did go by a couple times in the mornings afterwards, and there were no people there. I just like it never happened. So I was happy to see that. I think the thing that stood out to me in the statistics that came back from BCS, if you don't mind me using a shortened version, was that, you know, because of the letter writers in the petition as well spoke to elderly and frail individuals. 11 of the 15 people who used this service in the winter this year were over 50. And I think the demographic that's growing the most in this, which is Councillor O'Keefe spoke to, which is incredibly disappointing, are seniors. They're becoming more unhoused, which is tragic in a country like this. It really, really is tragic. And as far as it being in a church, one of the core tenets of the church is to serve the vulnerable and the needy in their community. And they're doing that. They're going above and beyond by even recognizing that need, bringing it to us 3 years ago. And I think originally it was a tent outdoors at Iroquois with security and cots and things like that. It was something completely different from where we are now. But you stuck with it. You saw the need and you filled it. There is a bit of a misconception. And unfortunately, we have 2 or 3 people in our community who are struggling with mental health and addictions issues who are the face of the unhoused. And they do cause problems. You have to acknowledge that. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about people that are the working poor. We're talking about seniors on fixed pensions and people on disability pensions. We're talking about people who have lost their homes because of rent evictions or because the increases in their rents and food become so much they can't afford to live where they live anymore. again, just an absolute travesty in a country like that, the list that would happen. And the fact is, there's probably many more people that are on the verge of 1 or 2 paychecks not showing up, a sudden illness or an accident from being in the same predicament. And can you imagine? I can't even imagine what that would be like for them. And I think back to my past. I didn't want to go into personal, but I experienced something similar some 50 years ago, and it still sticks with me. So I feel somewhat what they're going through here, and it's a challenging situation. And I did speak to a family member who's in law enforcement and many of the colleagues that he worked with. And I asked this question back when we were considering the first shelter. I said, you know, if we build a shelter here, what is the likelihood? Because there are problems in Victoria. Everybody acknowledges it. You see it on the news regularly. And they're Vic PD officers. And I asked them, what is the likelihood that these people, that anybody from there would come to our cold weather shelter, make that trek out here? And their response, without even hesitation, all of them was slim to none. They need their supports and their services and everything that they function with in their daily living where they are. They're not going to come out here. That's just not the way it works. They said they would be shocked if anybody bothered to try and get on a bus or in a police car to come out here. It's not something that they said would likely happen. I think that there were some other discussions about the current housing issues. And I agree with what some of my colleagues have said. I agree with what some of the speakers have mentioned. And this is going to be a future problem. The one speaker, and you know, it's not going to go away. And these are reasonable questions to ask. Of the housing issues that are leading to these problems, they've been caused through decades of failure in senior levels of government. That is a fact. That's just, you can't sugarcoat it. And that's a fair thing to say. You could also ask the question, is this a municipal responsibility? And some could argue yes, some could argue no. And that would also be fair. I think, however, though, we have the responsibility as elected officials to represent all residents of Sydney, homeowners, renters, and yes, even the unhoused. These are members of our community. They live here. This is their home. They don't go to Victoria for reasons of safety. For the very reasons you worry about here, they don't go there because they're afraid of the safety issues. They're concerned. They want to stay in their own community. And it's not just that, their social connections are here. Their doctors, where they work, dentists, all those things. So they're not going to go into Victoria. We have, through this temporary use permit and the generous support of Beacon Community Service and St. Andrew's Church, the opportunity to keep vulnerable people safe during extreme and dangerous weather conditions. And that's what we're talking about. Councillor Duck eloquently stated it far better than I can, but we're talking about conditions that when I have to go outside to let my dog back in, I run back in the house, and just how cold it is. And I can't imagine having to be out in it and to realize you have no respite. This is a respite. And I wouldn't say this is a good night's sleep. I would just say this is a sleep. This is a way to, for a few hours, put the strains of your life behind you and feel safe. And I think, you know, a lot of the people who would use this service, they've had the indignity of losing their housing through probably no fault of their own. And I think a lot of them, you don't even know who they are because they don't want to be known. Why would you want to have the indignity of people passing judgment on you and looking at you in a certain way because they have an idea of who you are? This is a way to uplift people. This is a way to give them a chance to feel normal, if not for at least a few hours. And we're just talking about a few days a year. That's all it is. This isn't like a shelter every day of the year from October to April. It's whenever the weather dictates it. And it's not taken lightly, but I think I will support the motion because I do believe these people need to have dignity and they need to have at least some bit of safety. So I'll leave my comments there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gannett. I'll be the last to speak on this, and I'm speaking in full support of this initiative. I want to thank everyone who has provided input on both sides, those in support and those expressing concern. And thank my colleagues tonight for expressing their views very fully. In particular, I thank Councillor O'Keefe and Councillor Garnett for expanding on the humanity of providing this service to the vulnerable in our community. I don't want to repeat everything that was said. I just want to touch on a few points. And the first is that St. Andrew's Anglican Church is the facility provider. We're grateful to St. Andrew's. Beacon Community Services is the qualified operator, and we're grateful for you operating, and we're grateful for the experience that Beacon Community Services has in operating shelters elsewhere in the region, and can bring that experience to Sidney, and has brought it to Sidney in the operation of the Warming Center during February and March of this year. And the town of Sidney is facilitating and assisting in this initiative. And this is a working group, the three, that will manage the emergency weather response shelter and ensure that the program delivery is responsive to community needs. There are many reasons, and again, those who have spoken in support of talking about the good reasons, the ethical reasons, the humane reasons for doing this. What I want to do is just spend a little bit of time, that my other colleagues haven't, in addressing some of the concerns. We know that the warming center in the room adjacent to the library operated for a period, open 7 times over 2 months, and that there were 15 unique guests. It operated without incident and without complaint. We did not see homeless from elsewhere in the region come to the warming center at the library. The library is a place that is used very actively by families with children, by seniors. It is across the street from the Shoal Senior Center operated by Beacon Community Services. I can understand that the neighborhood, the residents in this neighborhood have concerns, but think for a moment what has been successful. This warming center operated successfully in the library, adjacent to the library, where there are families, children, seniors, and across from a senior center, and across from neighbors. We heard from a speaker this evening who lives across the street who couldn't tell that there were people coming and going from the warming center. Just to highlight that there is activation, there was an estimate of the number of times this would be open in a year. Why is there that limit on it? It is because there is activation criteria based on specific Environment Canada weather conditions. So it's not that we're not giving, council is not giving approval for this to open randomly many more times than this. There is specific criteria for when this will open. We have unfortunate incidents occurring with some homeless individuals in our community. Many, if not all of us, have experienced while we're living our daily lives, whether it's at work, whether it's with our children playing recreation activities, whether it's we're out shopping, doing anything in our community. These incidents will continue whether or not we open this with this weather shelter. It's unfortunately all levels of government, local government, the provincial government, the federal government, are trying to collectively address the problem. Are we doing it successfully, or are we doing it to the level that we need to do? No, we're not. But just because we're still having challenges and facing those remarkable challenges is not a reason to not do the right thing and operate this emergency weather response shelter. The concerns over public safety, over needles being left, over loitering, over break-ins, over interventions by police, disturbances, garbage. We've explained that this did not occur when the warming center was open at the library. We do not expect it to occur. Will there be isolated occurrences, instances from time to time that occur? Yes. But as I said, incidents are occurring in our community already with homeless people, and we're trying to support them the best we can. And I also want to express gratitude to St. Anglican's Church and the friends and the pastor to the services that they're providing now in terms of meals, in terms of clothing, in terms of drying out wet sleeping bags, in terms of providing socks, something as basic as socks. Here we are in a warm summer's evening, but we can all think very quickly to what extreme weather is in our community in the wintertime. So I just want to express that I believe the agencies who are the church, Beacon Community Services, our staff. Thank you to the chief and his emergency staff, and to other staff across the organization, and thank you to council for all the consideration, all the deliberation we've had in excess of a year now to arrive at this particular option. And we do have options going forward if for some reason unexpected things occur. So I just want to quickly look at my notes here. I think I've covered all the points that I wish to cover this evening. Thank you for listening. I'll turn to if there are any second-time speakers. I'm not seeing any. I'll look to call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Rintoul is opposed. The motion carries. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm now going to recess until 8:45. Thank you for those attended this evening. Okay, we're going to look to reconvene in just a moment here. Thank you, everyone. So we're reconvening our meeting at 8:45. The next item we're turning to is item 9B, which is development permit application number DP 100852 and development variance permit application number DV 100372 at 9989 and 9991 Fifth Street to relax both zoning bylaw requirements and off-street parking and loading bylaw requirements. We did touch on what those were during the presentation this evening, but I'll now turn to Ms. Verhagen, our Director of Development Services, to introduce this, please.
Thank you. Good evening. As was mentioned, this is an application for the form and character of the building, this 4-story multi-unit residential building. It's a development permit component, and then there is the variance application component where the applicant is looking for 4 variances to zoning bylaw requirements, that being to reduce the front yard setback, which is the north side of the building, as was said in the presentation. They want to also reduce the rear yard setback, which is the south side. They want to reduce the minimum required number of 3-bedroom units with a minimum floor area of 100 square meters. So the bylaw requires 10% of all units to be 3-bedroom and to meet a series of requirements, one of which is a minimum floor area of 100 square meters. So in the building, they have 1 3-bedroom unit that meets this requirement. There is a second 3-bedroom unit, but it's less than the 100 square meter threshold. And they're also looking to vary the zoning bylaw requirement to provide an unobstructed tree planting area on site. The application also has 2 variances requested to the off-street parking and loading bylaw. One, as was indicated in the presentation, to reduce the number of spaces from 30 parking spaces to 26, and also to increase the number of small car parking spaces on the site. As is mentioned in the report and in the presentation, there was a previous design proposed to council that included an OCP, an official community plan, and zoning bylaw amendment. In this one, that was for a 5-story design. As they said, they redesigned the building. Now it complies with the height and stories of the OCP and the zoning bylaw. So those applications are no longer required and have been canceled. Now we're looking at the development permit application and the variance application. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Verhagen. I'll turn to Councillor Duck to begin questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and through to staff, if I may. To be clear, the application is for Fifth Street, but the actual address is going to be facing on to Henry. Is that correct? Is that what's meant by the setback? It's a relaxation of the front setback, but that's not on Fifth, that's on Henry.
Through the mayor, that's correct. In the zoning bylaw, it says if you have a corner lot, so with street frontage on 2 sides, for multifamily residential like this, the longest lot line on the street is considered the front lot line for the purpose of determining setbacks. Addressing is determined later at the building permit stage when we would coordinate with emergency services to make sure that an address is chosen that works best for emergency response deliveries, something that will make sense for the site.
Thank you. Yeah, it was just to, in terms of the permit application is on Fifth, and just to be clear, on that setback on the north side, how close to the sidewalk will the building then be if this variance was approved?
It's hard to say exactly how close the building would be to the hard surface of the sidewalk because the civil engineering plans are not yet set for this project. That happens later at the time of building permit.
Okay, and then again, there's no variance requested on the east and west sides of the building. They would exist as indicated in the current lots.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rintoul, next, please.
Thank you, Mayor. During the presentation, my esteemed colleague, Councillor O'Keefe, made a reference to the aesthetics of the building and commented, I believe, on balconies. Would staff please speak to the response from the applicant with regard to the implications for setbacks in that airspace if balconies were to be added to the project?
Sure, thank you. Through the mayor. The zoning bylaw does not allow balconies to project into required setbacks. And because the face of the building is proposed to be at the minimum setback, if they had balconies projecting out into those setback areas, that would need a variance from council or a redesigned development.
Thank you. And so seemingly, if this were to move to the Advisory Planning Commission, they concurred that there may well be a benefit from a livability standpoint, from an aesthetic standpoint, to include balconies. It may well then go back to the applicant with the suggestion that that be considered, including further variances, correct?
Correct. That may happen at the Advisory Planning Commission. That would be up to the commission's review.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Attorney Councillor Novick.
Thank you, Mayor. Somewhere in the report or in some of the documentation I read earlier, now I can't find it, of course, because I didn't make a note of it, but I did remember that there was some discussion about payment in lieu for the reduction in the number of parking spaces. Is that going to be the case here? Will the proponent be required to make payment in lieu of the 4 parking spaces that will be reduced, or that would be reduced if we approve that variance?
Yeah, through the mayor, on page 6 of the report, so page 6 of 38 of that report package, about partway down, it says it is possible that the applicant could alternatively request a variance to the payment in lieu boundary, because this property is not within the area where an applicant can pay in lieu for providing parking spaces. It's just slightly north of that boundary. So they would need a variance to change the boundary to allow them to pay in lieu for parking on this site. If they were within the area where payment in lieu could happen, the bylaw allows payment in lieu of $20,000 for each parking space that's not provided, up to a maximum of 20% of the total number of required parking spaces. So in this case, they're short 4 parking spaces. There's a typo in the report there. It says 5 spaces they're short, but it's actually 4. So they could, that is less than 20% of the required spaces. So they could pay in lieu, but that would also require a variance from council to allow that because they're outside of the area.
So let me get this straight. They're asking for a variance to reduce the number of parking spaces. And if we provide that, then there's no payment in lieu. However, they could ask for a variance to be within the boundary where parking in lieu is possible. And if we granted that variance, then they could ask for a payment in lieu instead of asking for a variance for parking. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. The proposal is to not provide the parking. They have submitted a parking study conducted by WAC Consulting Group that is outlined in the report that supports the parking plan and the combination of parking, bicycle parking, and mobility scooter parking that's proposed in the development. So when payment in lieu is permitted for parking, it doesn't come to council as a variance. It's just permitted in the bylaw. So in this case, this application, they're not proposing to pay in lieu for parking and ask for a variance for that. They're proposing to provide fewer parking spaces and offset it with other methods like the increased bicycle parking and the mobility scooter parking.
Okay. Does staff feel that that's a fair exchange?
Yes, as it says in the report, I mean, we look at this site, we look at how close it is to the downtown core and the location of services and amenities close by. It's also very close to several local and regional bus routes. It's along an identified bicycle route in the town's active transportation plan. So long-term goals, yes, this is close to lots of other transportation options. So staff are supporting the parking variance request, but it is up to council ultimately.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, I have 2, please. My first question. Okay, for my delay here. My first question is with regards to the to not provide an unobstructed tree planting area, which is required, I think, is 24 meters squared, which is about 258 square feet. If staff could try to answer this. If the application met the required setbacks on the front and back, have staff calculated whether or not that size of tree planting area could be provided?
Thank you. The issue here is the underground parking area and the extent of that excavation and structure of the underground parking to virtually all the lot lines. So that is what's preventing them from meeting this requirement. To meet it, they would have to pull the underground parking area would have to be pulled in from the property line, which would reduce the amount of vehicle spaces underground, which would increase the parking variance request.
Okay, so so the variance is to not provide an unobstructed tree planting area on the site. So that's in essence to accommodate the roots of that large tree in the southeast corner.
The tree planting area could go anywhere on the site. It's not necessary. It doesn't necessarily have to go near that protected tree on the adjacent property to the south. That could be a place to put it. But the proposed design shows the underground parking area extending to all the property lines. So while the building is set back, there is obstruction underground, and that doesn't meet the zoning bylaw requirement for that unobstructed area above and below where a tree could grow, the roots go down and grow up without any overhead obstructions either.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. And the staff report does make reference to, I think it was the 2018 development approval, and then the renewal, if you will, or the second approval for the same development in about 2020 with 19 units. That did not have underground parking that went to all the boundary property boundaries. It would have provided the tree planting area.
There was no zoning bylaw requirement at that time for a tree planting area. That was added to the zoning bylaw in 2024, following policy direction from the new OCP in 2022 that was looking for increased green space in multifamily developments like this one and all residential development. So it wasn't a requirement in 2018 or 2020 when those previous development permits were approved. And I would have to check the plans, but I think they also included underground parking.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. My second question is, and I'm just reading from the report. The report indicates that moderate to heavy impacts are expected on the critical root zone of the protected Douglas fir tree on the property to the south, and anticipates its removal and replacement. The property owner would be required to obtain adjacent property owner's consent and apply for a tree permit to remove the protected tree on the adjacent property. What if the neighboring property owner does not give? So that's not one of the 6 variances. That's a separate process. What if the adjacent property owner does not give consent?
Then this property owner could not dig in the root zone of that protected tree.
Okay, I'm going to invite the applicant to come to the podium to address just that particular point. If I get a mover and seconder.
So moved. Second.
All in favor? Thank you. If you could just speak to that particular point, please.
Yeah, I had been in touch and discussions with that strata, and we had an arborist study that tree, and it is presents a hazard currently due to its root instability, and we were willing to pay to take that tree down as part of all this process.
Okay, thank you for that. My follow-up, that's helpful. My follow-up question is, so that if the neighboring property owner does consent to the tree removal, if it's a protected tree, what permission is given for the removal of the tree by virtue of it being affected by this development?
A tree removal permit application would have to be submitted to the town's engineering department, and that would be reviewed by staff. And the approval of those permits goes to the director of engineering.
And if it was denied by staff, then it would come it could come to council for consideration. Okay,
that's the typical process.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to understand that process with that particular tree, which is separate from the variances. That concludes my questions. I'll turn to Councillor Duck.
I'm prepared to make the recommendation. Move the recommendation.
If there are no other questions, go ahead.
that development permit application number DP 100852 and development variance permit application number DV 100372 to relax zoning bylaw requirements for front and rear setbacks, 3-bedroom units and unobstructed tree planting area, and to relax off-street parking and the loading bylaw requirements for a number of parking spaces and percentage of small car parking spaces in order to permit the form and character of a 4-story multi-unit residential development for the properties at 9989 and 9991 Fifth Street be forwarded to the Advisory Planning Commission for further review and comment.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll turn to the movers first.
I have nothing to add at this point. I think that there's some good points raised by by my colleagues here relative to form and character, I think, which is the basis of the Advisory Planning Commission, which they can give some feedback to. I'm a little concerned with the distance from the side, the north facing, which will be the front entrance to the building, as to how close that will be to the property. It is the widest boulevard, and I recognize that I walk by there on a regular basis. But I don't want it sort of up against the sidewalk and be happy to hear how that looks. But otherwise, I think the proponents brought forward a design that met our requirements and on the basis of our previous discussions on this. So I look forward to seeing what APC has to say about it.
Thank you. I'll turn to the seconder and then Councillor Gannett and Councillor O'Keefe.
Thank you, Mayor. I have some concerns about this project. There's a lot of variances. I have a strong belief that our zoning bylaws are there for a reason. I'm concerned about the density of the project, which is necessitating these bylaw variances. I'm concerned about the size of some of the units, which again is necessitating these variance applications. I'm concerned about the lack of balconies. I'm concerned about the lack of green space. I'm concerned about the proximity of the building perimeter to the sidewalks, at least in those areas where the zoning, where the setbacks are being asked to be relaxed. But notwithstanding all those concerns, I would like to hear or at least see what Advisory Planning Commission says about this. Yeah, I'm concerned about the type of projects that we're seeing coming to council, where developers, and I do understand the need for financial viability for these projects, but where we really seem to be squeezing more and more building into smaller and smaller spaces, where the actual spaces are being made smaller. There's not a lot of storage. We're reducing parking, et cetera, et cetera. This concerns me because it's, to me, or to my mind anyway, it's density for the sake of density rather than what fits appropriately within the neighborhoods. We have other projects that give me similar concerns, but before we make any definitive recommendations on this, I would like to see what Advisory Planning Commission says. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn to Councillor Gannett and then Councillor O'Keefe.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that there were some changes made to the 5th floor right off the bat, and that we don't have 4 setback variances, that there's only 2. I just want to point out, though, in the letter that was sent in April and then subsequently in June, in the letter of rationale on page 2, Sidney spelled with a Y. We're not Nova Scotia or Australia. And 2247, which is referenced, is actually 2447. So from my perspective, when I see a lack of attention to detail on a letter of rationale, I get concerned about attention to detail on an actual project. That's just one statement. Looking at the requests, the south request, variance request is supportable based on the fact that it's beside a very large driveway at 9975 Fifth Street. And then most of your building on that side is also drawable, so that's supportable. The front yard setback, you made reference in your package as well as during the presentation about the distance, the boulevard and the distance to the building across the street. The front yard setback and setbacks in general are sometimes usually in relation to buildings, but in terms of a front of a building, it's not in relation to a building across the street. It's more about the pedestrian interface and how it interacts with this, with whatever sidewalk, road, or whatever's there. And I think former Councillor Fallett's here, and she was a real proponent for having increased green space and having that sort of visibility that it takes your eye away from the massing of a building. So when you have a building that's closer by 5 feet, it eliminates the green space. It also makes the building on top of the sidewalk. So that interface with the pedestrian is kind of lost in that instance. So you want something to divert the attention or the eye of the pedestrian or whoever in the area, so the building doesn't seem as big. And that's why when you see a lot of the older buildings that are so far back from the road, and they can be 4 or 5 stories, but they don't seem it because of all that green space. So that one does have me a little concerned, even though I appreciate what you're trying to do there. I understand with the parking, the ironic thing about the not having the large canopy tree in a 24 square meter area is it provides for parking, and then we're not having enough parking to align with climate goals. And I'm like, those sentences seem incongruous to me. So we're going to eliminate something that helps mitigate climate change, but we're going to not have enough parking to allow for climate change goals. It kind of threw me when I read it. I have to be honest. The 3-bedroom units, you don't have enough to meet the qualifications in terms of size. There was a reason that's put in, and it was to try and address affordability issues for families. 3-bedroom units were sort of targeted towards that demographic who can't afford the much larger houses. So when you're limiting 3-bedroom units, that's an opportunity gone in terms of the cost abilities. Not having enough small car spaces, it's kind of a way of not having enough spaces. It's just another way of putting it, I guess. I do worry about the parking variance though. And I appreciate the ICVC study and the Watt study, but what doesn't get captured, I think, when we look at these parking studies, is the fact that we have a waiting list in our town for long-term parking passes from people living in buildings where there was a parking variance granted or parking in lieu. And I'm familiar with somebody who had a bachelor unit that they when they went to sell it took much longer because it didn't have a parking space. So these are unintended consequences, I think, of that. It is a goal, and you want to try and get to that goal. But we hear over and over again about parking, and we can have a goal of that. But what is the reality? And I saw this week, actually, I think on one of the local Facebook pages, somebody asking for a parking spot who just moved here because there aren't enough parking in their building. So it was kind of ironic that this variance came before us tonight. And I guess I do have a few concerns about, there's comments in the report about raised planters with smaller ornamental trees, and they don't really offset. It's not going to make the same difference as a large canopy tree. But I understand that you can't fit it based on what you want to do with parking. This is another one of those for me that comes to, you're looking at a parking variance, and that's a discussion worth having if I see a tangible benefit for the community with this development. And 30 condos, I could argue that's not a tangible benefit for the community. So it's like giving up those parking spaces, and do we inflict some kind of parking unintended consequence in that area? There seems to be a fair bit of on-street parking from what I've seen, but as staff mentioned in the report from the first time you came around, we shouldn't be looking to spill over onto parking on streets as a means to provide parking for development. I'm not sure where I stand on sending it to APC, because I'm not sure if some of these issues I have can be addressed there or if they will be addressed. So I'm just going to sit back for a minute and listen to others on council talk, and I'll think it over. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gurnett. I have Councillor O'Keefe, Councillor Duncan, and myself.
Thank you. So I have concerns about this, and I think I'm inclined currently to not send it to APC. And I know that that's our process. We look at these things, we send to APC. But for me, there's way too many variances for my level of comfort. And I think that's basically because, as the developer mentioned earlier, is that they're trying to cram way too much into this space. They're trying to put in 30 units because that's, what the pro forma says they need to move forward. And what I'm concerned about is that I don't feel it's my job on council to necessarily do things to make the pro forma work on behalf of the developer. I feel like we're being lured away from what we think is important in our community in terms of tree protection, in terms of parking, and a lot of other things. So some of the issues with this, I mentioned the livability, the look of the building. I still find it boxy and institutional looking. So I think the aesthetics of it, lack of balconies, as I mentioned, in terms of the setbacks, we have setbacks for a reason. And Councillor Garnett covered some of those in terms of the front and that pedestrian interface. So I'm not interested in allowing that variance, even if we get a wider sidewalk. That's just more concrete. So I would like to have that green space. In regards to the rear setback, I understand the rationale for that somewhat because it's facing onto a parking lot, but we don't know how that property adjacent might get developed in the future. So I'm not keen to kind of give up that space, assuming that there's always going to be a parking lot. So I'm not comfortable with those. In terms of the unobstructed tree planting area, I understand, how that might impact the end around parking. But again, if there was fewer units there, then you wouldn't need so much parking. And I don't think that the planters are a good replacement, for trees. In terms of the parking, I'm not in favor of parking variances. I'm not in favor of even considering payment in lieu. And as Councillor Garnett said, there's already people living in the downtown area that are scrambling for parking spaces. We have, over the last several years, the general we, in terms of our council and previous councils, provided parking variances to the point that a lot of street parking is now being used. And we've recently had to put in place a parking program for residents because they can't find parking to find on the streets. And so I can't support a parking variance for this reason. And I guess what it comes down to is when I look at variances, I'm looking at, okay, what is the community going to get out of this? Is it an irregularly shaped lot or something that requires us to provide some flexibility? Are we getting something of significant benefit from this by providing these variances, such as affordable housing or that sort of thing? And I just don't see that. I mean, it's nice to get some additional living units, but it's more of the same of what we already have. It's not the type of housing that we really need. And so, as I said, I feel like it's a project that, I sympathize with developers. I have family members who are involved in the industry at this time, and I know how challenging it is. However, I am more inclined to support what our community has said they wanted through our OCP and our zoning bylaw about the vision that we have for our community. And I'm not willing to give that up to make a pro forma work. So I will not support this going to APC. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Keefe. I'm turning next to Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thank you. I have concerns about this application as well, though I'm happy at this stage to have it go forward to APC just because I like them as a check because of the I guess the pool of experience that we put into that board, because I like that the developer, when they listen to us, put in the scooter spaces, because I know just from my own observation that usually, if you're looking at the senior demographic, is usually the next step in terms of mobility. And what I see most often parked against the back of my building, where there are fewer people who actually have. It would be one of the older buildings where when they did a parking study, they looked and said, oh, these senior residents actually do have fewer cars, and it's because they went to scooters. However, the flaw in that is that the building I can think of where I work is much older. And so the residents who live there have been there for a long time, from back when things were affordable. And we have that same problem with like our older rental buildings, where people were in these rental buildings or in smaller units because they had lower incomes. And part of having lower income means having fewer cars. The seniors who are now be moving into Sidney have much higher incomes and therefore always have more cars. 2 seniors, 2 cars, they don't give them up. And so when we have a newer building, I have now just seen that does not follow that pattern of multifamily residences being therefore, having fewer vehicles. They have very large vehicles. That's the other thing. They certainly don't go for smaller ones. So hearing from people who are in the industry as well, who are on APC, about whether my perception of how that is how Sidney, being a sink population for people bringing in a certain retirement lifestyle, skews what we can do here. And when we compare to other cities with more balanced demographics, when we look at commuters who lived in such a small, compact, walkable area in another city, absolutely the people who are living downtown directly adjacent to the workplace would be walking there. Not here in Sidney because they're not working. And our population that works, they're still not going to be able to afford that condo. So, again, it's who are we building for? I'm concerned about the lack of balconies as well, and the lack of tree planting because of the heating. I think we've seen as buildings get larger and massed, and I think of having another heat wave and not having those street trees on this building and not having the articulation and the shading of balconies or the access to, large sliding doors could really, really be a problem. I recognize that having fewer cars would certainly be better for our climate goals, but I don't think we've gone so far past the idea of avoidance that now it's going to be mitigating actually the heat in there. And so for that reason, I have a genuine concern that this isn't just about the aesthetics of the building, but rather the livability of what it might even be. I'd like to have it kind of be kicked around. I was concerned to hear that Modo now requires their cars to have charging infrastructure. I guess they're trying to make their fleet electric or hybrid, but that's definitely going to be a bigger problem if this is something we want. And so I'd like to give the proponent time to talk to our staff and hear from and APC about that. I'd like to have memberships. But I am concerned about that this is brought up for us going forward about how we can continue to support car share as part of our transportation demand that we have proponents do. So hopefully that would give us more opportunity to do that. But yeah, if I'm off base about the demand that Sidney might have for fewer parking or smaller car spaces, and maybe APC will know, or they'd know how to facilitate, the concerns I have about heating and shading without balconies. That would be good. But at this point, I do feel bad for the developer. I know they didn't drive these land prices up by themselves. Everybody who's ever bought or sold a house in the past 20 years had a big finger in that pie. So I dislike making this, the developers kind of wear that consequence over and over again, but it is what it is. So happy to see APC weigh in.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. I'll turn to Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll support this going to APC. It's been a vacant lot for a long time. Since 2018, we've seen proposals here that haven't worked. We sent this back to the applicant in August of last year. And frankly, they brought back something that has evolved and has improved, in my opinion, although, room for some continued adjustment. And I think the applicant was receptive to the concept of looking further at what could be improved in the project. And so I see no reason not to send this to APC, as Councillor Duncan said, to look to their expertise to see if there's some further recommendations that can be made to improve the project further. So I'll support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, colleagues, for all speaking on this. I'm not going to support this going to APC. And my rationale is with regards to not just the number of variances, but the nature of the variances and the rationale that the proponent has provided in their information to council and on slide 3 of tonight's presentation, which is in our package. And it says requesting front and rear setback variances required to achieve the permitted density of 2.0 FAR over 4 stories. The base FAR for RM7, and please correct me if I'm wrong, staff, is 1.3. So bonus density kicks in once you go above FAR of 1.3, and the maximum we allow is 2.0. And so I can appreciate that the applicant wishes to take advantage of bonus density, but in trying to maximize the bonus density, it is creating a series of setbacks that I think are unreasonable. And in particular, to begin with, is the front and rear setback. There's some reference made to perhaps the rear setback, the south setback is more reasonable because there's a larger parking lot there at the moment. Well, that property could be redeveloped at some point, and then it's not in that situation. But really, what it does is. The applicant made reference in their letter of rationale to our previous zoning bylaw requiring a minimum of 4.5 front and 5.5 rear setback in the RM7 zone. But the setback, as was indicated in the staff report, and a colleague has already made reference to it, we went through a lengthy engagement process with the community during the 2022 OCP review. And increase the setbacks to counter the perceived lack of open space and green space in new developments in our community. And that was for me, that was very significant based on what I heard in the community. And I think it was a concern. So where the first 2 variances, the front and the rear setback, are flying in the face of that in itself. And if we provide variances to maximize the bonus density, we're setting a dangerous precedent. And let's remember that the provincial, we operate as a creature of the provincial government. The variance process is allowed for 2 reasons. If strictly following the zoning bylaw or related bylaws such as the off-street parking bylaw creates or causes an undue hardship because of unique property constraints like lot shape or topography, a challenge, for example, like a steep slope or something like that. That's what the variance process was created for, was for unique circumstance. This property is not a unique circumstance. The other reason is what is the benefit to the community? And yes, we want housing units. We're going to come to the housing target report later this evening, I hope. And that housing report, in the numbers provided by staff, we have approximately, apart from actually having net new 109 or 119 net new housing units in the last 2 years, we have approximately 650 in the process that have either received their development approval, have got their building permits, or are under construction awaiting their occupancy permits. So yes, we have a housing need, but over the last 2 terms, the councils have been moving forward on this, and our OCP has set us up for success. And here we are looking to give variances as a precedent. And quite frankly, it's trying to get to 30 units. That creates the request, helps create the request for reducing the number of 3-bedroom units, and creates the parking variances, both the number of spaces and going to the number of small car spaces. So while I always appreciate APC's comment, recommendations and considerations back to council, the starting point for me is not acceptable based on the rationale that the proponent has provided for their variances. And, it mentions in more than one place, regarding, and it was an answer to a question tonight in terms of the number of 30 units. Yes, this is important for financial viability. Financial viability is not the purview of council. We don't receive pro formas. We're not asking to receive pro formas. We're working with our official community plan, our zoning bylaws, and our related bylaws to create a range of housing types for the needs of our community, and that are in keeping in character with the specific neighborhoods. It's a side comment to say that I'm not happy, or I'm not. I don't think the form and character I think could be improved. And one is while examples, 3 examples were given of buildings with balconies, and not just balconies, but articulation. There aren't balconies, and there isn't articulation. And we've heard, based on a question from a colleague, that we can't add balconies to this because we're just going further into the setback area. So I'm challenged with this, and won't support it going to APC, but we'll be respectful of council if the balance do that, because it will come back to us for further due consideration. I'll leave my remarks there. We've all spoken once. Does anyone wish to speak for a second time with something new? Councillor Novick, please.
Thank you, Mayor. In my initial comments, I suggested that I was not happy with the variances requested, and my comments were echoed by most of my colleagues, or I shouldn't say most, but certainly a substantial number of my colleagues. However, I did say that I wanted to see it go to APC to see what they would say. But having heard my colleagues speak with perhaps even more clarity than I did, I'm not convinced that sending this now to APC will change things substantially, and may simply delay the inevitable. And perhaps we're not doing the developer a favor by dragging this out and sending it to APC only to reject it at some future point. So I will be changing my vote and not supporting this as it goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers for a second time? Not seeing any, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Councillor Novick, Councillor O'Keefe, myself and Councillor Garnett are opposed. The motion is defeated. Council, I think, and I'm going to turn to staff for some direction here. While we've defeated the motion, we haven't given direction to the applicant. If we leave it as it stands, then the application would be closed and the applicant would have to reapply. But we could give, as we did at the previous meeting, we gave direction to the proponent to remove consider removing the 5th story and addressing the setbacks, and we have it come forward. Council could consider giving direction for the applicant to consider specifics, which would keep the application open and allow them to return at a later date. I'm seeing nods from staff. Thank you. So, council, colleagues, does anyone wish to entertain a motion? Councillor O'Keefe.
I'll try. I guess what I would move is that the developer revise the development in accordance with the requirements in our zoning bylaw.
Okay. Could I propose a friendly amendment? Sorry. Seek to further address of the variances. And then finish with what you said.
Okay.
Could you? Sorry, did you capture something of what Councillor O'Keefe has said and then what I was attempting to insert?
I did. That the developer revised the development to seek to further address in accordance with the requirements in the zoning bylaw. That's not quite right, but is there a better way that you would like to word that? Or
Sorry, the first part of the wording is?
that the developer revised the development.
Yes, thank you. To further address variances and then finishing with the last part.
In accordance with our zoning bylaw.
As well, zoning and parking.
Right, yes, sorry, and parking.
If you could just read it back. Ms. Martin, one more time, please.
That the developer revised the development to further address variances in accordance with the zoning bylaw and parking requirements.
Moved by Councillor O'Keefe.
I'll second.
Second. Is there any discussion? I'll look to call the question. Those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are now turning to item 8A, which was moved after 9B. And this is bylaw number 2317, the zoning amendment number 5 for 9972 3rd Street to rezone the eastern portion of the property from RM6R to RM7 to allow the development of a 4-story multi-unit residential building containing a total of 75 apartment dwelling units. The recommendation we have, there is not an introduction from staff on this. This has come to council a number of times already. We can proceed with 3 separate motions, giving readings if we so wish. Unless there are any questions for staff. Councillor Duncan?
No, I'll move first reading.
Second.
Those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Novak is opposed. The motion carries.
I'll move second reading.
Second. Moved in second. I'll turn to the movers.
Yeah, thank you. This application, I know we always have people from the community come forward about this one every time some aspect of it comes forward, and it comes in a lot of pieces. This one I feel is probably the least controversial of the pieces that have to do with this application, simply because of the timing, and that this was part of an application that came forward during changes to our OCP. That means that part of the site was changed in zoning after this proponent had purchased it, and now they have a lot that has 2 different zonings on it. And as they said, they do intend to do what the RM6R zone is, which is have purpose-built rental. However, again, the financial viability comes up, and it does keep coming onto our plate. RM7 was what they had for their height and their density. And so to make this actually a proposal that delivers the 2 things that we wanted for this combined site on one big site, we need to have it fit this one zoning. And so I'm okay with having it move forward. I know that there are potential objections, in that the reason we changed this to RM6R zoning was that if this site were to be sold, we did just have an application come forward that has been sold because it could not be viable a couple of times. And so that would be the risk, is that we would rezone this to RM7, and then in the future they would sell it or they would re-stratify it, and it would no longer be the purpose-built rental we needed or had wanted, at the time. And while recognizing that is a risk, I'm willing to have this go, just because this particular developer, they do build purpose-built rental, and they do continue to be managers of that. And so I feel of developers that might come forward, these are the least likely to feel incentivized to sell it because they couldn't make the project work. And that if I can't make them work financially viable, I know I'm not supposed to think about it. that I will end up with a vacant lot in much the same way we've had on Fifth Street all this time, and that the next developer will be under no obligation to say they wanted RM6 and they're going to apply for RM7 and maybe say, well, you couldn't get somebody to build that here. The only people who could have built a purpose-built rental and made it work couldn't make it work because you wouldn't change the zoning. And so this is what I'm thinking about, and when I make this decision, it's so hard to see the future. The risk I would see from downzoning the site, because that would be the alternative, is to downzone RM7 to make it match RM6R on the other side. Is that is part of my job as a councillor and on the town is to have an economic vibrancy. I mean, that's part of what we have in the OCP, and we knew it was a risk when we were doing the RCMP to have sites that were going to RM6, which is essentially a downzoning. We were limiting what can be built on the site to a very specific form. And that was risky. And we took that risk because we felt in a housing crisis it was necessary. And now we've just told another developer that we don't need the housing that bad, so we're willing to risk them not being viable. It makes me worried about the message and the consistency that we do send our developers when we're trying to say, build in Sidney, this is going to be a good place to build. One of the things we have in a future report further on our agenda is about when we're talking to the province about showing what we are doing to make it faster to build housing and therefore more affordable from the sense of permitting, is showing that we're making it we're removing the red tape. And this would be to move in another direction where we're not allowing this consistency, where we're changing the rules on a developer midstream during our process, is going in the opposite direction from that which we promised the province. Again, in the pursuit of trying to build purpose-built rental. And so while I understand many in the community are simply averse to anything this developer has asked for, and we will talk about, in future applications, what, again, parts of this building and parts that people are not happy with, I think this is something that we can do right now to make sure that though a project will go forward on this site, it will be one that meets our criteria and is not going to be further discouraging to what we have are applicants who have been willing to work with us up to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll turn to Councillor Rintoul as a seconder, and then Councillor Gurnett.
Nothing further.
Councillor Gurnett.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't expect that. Gather my thoughts. Thank you. First of all, I just want to acknowledge what the speaker said during public participation. I went by the property on Saturday and the sign was face down. And that's concerning because that had been brought up in the past, and it is a part of the process. And right before making a decision, that information should always be there for the public. That's why we have it in place. That aside, I made up a nice table for comparison because I wanted to speak to some of the concerns that residents at 2447 and 9942 3rd, 2447 Henry had mentioned during this lengthy process. And I think it's important to note that RM6-R, as it currently is zoned, would put that building 5 feet closer if it was built. It permits a 3-meter setback as opposed to the 4.5 under RM7 and what is being proposed. So the building would be closer to the Henry or the one on 3rd, 1 story less, and I think 9 feet less in height. So whether or not the shading would be an issue, I'm not sure. The privacy could be worse potentially. I do agree with the letter writer about the shadow study. Having gone out there myself, and it didn't align with what I saw. So that was a little concerning to me. I didn't go for all of them, but I was there at a time of the day and the month when it should have lined up and it didn't. And so certainly they're not required to provide a shadow study, which is great that they did it, but I would prefer that it align with what I actually saw with my own eyes. And as far as a lot of the concerns around density, height, and cars and things that have been brought up by particularly the residents at 2447 Henry, I did hearken back to, I wasn't on council at the time, but I was coming to meetings when that building came forward. And as a delivery agent with Canada Post over the years, I delivered to the previous iteration of that building. And so I think it's important for context for the people who live there that a lot of the concerns you're expressing around what is being proposed were also expressed about your building by neighboring residents. So I'm not saying other than that there is that context to put into place. And so what I did was I looked at what is the benefit the zoning bylaw amendment is giving the developer or the proponent. They're gaining 9 feet in height based on what they're proposing, 1 extra story, and a resulting increase in density. And staff has mentioned before in the September report and the one we had recently that under policy DV013 amenity contributions, it was just under $510,000 if it went by that particular method. They're asking for a base zoning of 1.3 from the RM7, which is just under 285. So that presents a saving of just under $226,000 for the proponent based on staff numbers. So there's that benefit as well. And then I tried to compare that about what the benefit was for the community in terms of rezoning it. 75 market rental units indicated in perpetuity. If in fact that happens, like we improve it, they could be sold. Who knows what happens in the future? Things could change. It does help with the provincial housing target. It meets housing needs assessments for rentals, but it doesn't impact the greatest need we have, which is below market or near market rentals. And of course, on this particular site, we lost 20 below market rentals or thereabouts. And then the house on the other side. But so the questions I ask myself is this enough? Is this enough of a benefit for the community to grant the zoning bylaw amendment? Are we compromising more? Could we have had worked? Could they have worked with staff to something like the Aranza with a permissive tax exemption in exchange for affordability? Could there have been consideration of a parking variance? We talked about that with the other one to allow for site layout changes, to allow for the tree protections to happen. This initially was proposed as a condominium building, and I think it was more the economic conditions that switched it to rental. The condo market wasn't doing as well, and the federal government was starting to add, benefits in terms of GST removal for purpose-built rentals. So those are thoughts that I have in this particular vein, and questions I was asking myself in terms of the overall. Because I'm trying to look at what is the benefit of the community, because zoning bylaw amendments are a way we can do things for the community and get benefits that are tangible. I'll leave my comments there. I do have more to make in a second time speaking, but I want to cede the floor to have others have an opportunity. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Garnett. I have Councillor Duncan next. No? Oh, sorry, Councillor Duck.
Thank you, Mayor. If I may, a question through to staff. There were a number of questions raised in public participation and through the letters. Does the zoning change dispense with some of those questions, or are they still valid? So, things like 3rd Street access, underground parking lot, which I think comes in the building permit aspect of it. So the change in the zoning doesn't really impact those questions that people have asked recently.
Through the mayor to Councillor Duck. So council passed a resolution back in April, I can't recall the exact date, directing staff to prepare a bylaw to rezone the property, which is what's here tonight. On the same night, council's resolution also directed us to prepare the variance mail out, which would go out after tonight if this bylaw gets 3 readings. Part of that resolution also said that if the zoning and variance are approved, then the development permit is to come forward for consideration of approval. Then there was also part of council's resolution that put all the conditions on the development permit if it were to be approved. So that includes the removal of the Monterey cypress tree, includes the general form and character of the development is that development permit. So council could have those discussions at a later date when that comes back for final approval. I mean, it's been discussed at council several times. I'm not sure if Mr. Edwards would like to speak to that too.
Mr. Edwards.
I don't have anything to add. Thanks.
Thank you, staff. And yeah, that was my understanding too, is that these questions are still outstanding, regardless of how it's zoned. But equally, as my colleagues have expressed, I still have some concern about that change. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And if it's helpful, I think one of the things Ms. Verhagen's indicated is that in considering the zoning amendment application and giving readings and proceeding with that, we're not approving the development. We're considering approving the zoning. If we do approve the zoning, then at a future meeting, it will come back for development approval. And so we could approve, theoretically, we could approve the zoning and not approve the development. Just for clarification. On my speaking list, I have Councillor Novak next, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I can't recall seeing a development come to council with over 220 pages of public submissions, the great majority of which are in opposition to the development for one reason or another. The cypress trees are one, the traffic studies are another. Some of the variances are also being discussed. Concerns about traffic in the area.
Sorry, Councillor Novak, I will allow you to continue, but we are considering the zoning.
Yes, I get that. But this is one of the reasons that I'm opposed to allowing this zoning to go forward. I would rather see the development be a little more in keeping with what would be acceptable to the community at large. In fact, I've been approached by more people on this development than anything else as a councillor here. People just randomly come to me and talk about this development as though it's something terrible. Now, I do have concerns. I sympathize with the developer. I know they're doing the best they can under the circumstances, but perhaps there is work that could be done that would make this more acceptable to the community. And I don't see the point in waiting till it comes to reviewing the actual development permit, the development variances. If we can send this back to the drawing board at this point in time. Thank you.
Sorry, I just based on your last statement, I'm just processing that and perhaps turn to staff. If we do not approve the rezoning, then all of the applications would cease. Sorry.
If the zoning amendment is like not approving the bylaw and then speaking candidly, then that would show that the zoning amendment has failed. Council may want to make a clear resolution that the zoning application is denied, but typically if the bylaw, the zoning bylaw amendment, if it doesn't get the readings that it would need to get, if those fail, then the zoning application is done. The development permit hinges on the zoning application being approved. So then, yes, that would also be canceled or be denied.
Extinguish it. Okay, thank you. I have next Councillor O'Keefe, please.
Thank you. Had reservations about this development from the beginning for a number of reasons. And I recognize that there's various stages to this. There's the rezoning, the development permit, and the variances. But it seems to me it's, you know, at this point with the rezoning that we have some leverage, it seems, to look for something different. You know, when this first came to us, staff's recommendation at the time and council ended up agreeing that this go back to the developer for redesign and to come up with something where we could accommodate, sort out something with the cypress trees and the cherry trees. And after several weeks, they came back and they said, we're going to stick with what we originally planned. And part of that was because there were other options, but they weren't financially viable. So there was, it seemed to me, again, this is a situation where I feel like we're being lured away from things that we think are important because of developers are having a difficult time getting their performance to match up. I realize I know maybe the trees are part of the DP thing, and there's been some information potentially about how the trees might be handled, but I'm not feeling confident that the measures that have been proposed are sufficient to address that. So my inclination at this point is to not support the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keefe. So everyone has spoken. Sir, Councillor Rintoul.
Thank you, Mayor. I declined to comment.
Please go ahead.
Earlier, because I don't think I have anything further to add to what Councillor Duncan said, frankly. But now that staff have quite clarified that if this zoning amendment doesn't proceed and we don't align the lots in RM7, that essentially this comes to a halt. And I don't think that's the healthiest place to leave the process. We recognize that there have been concerns expressed, throughout the process, not just by the community, but council. I think there are opportunities in the process yet to come to look to make this project more aligned and more in keeping with what we had hoped to see, as opposed to see it come to a halt this evening. I don't think it sends the right message to the community, to the developer, and perhaps I've misspoken because I see Ms. Verhagen raising her hand. Ms. Verhagen.
I'll turn to Ms. Verhagen. Yep.
Sure, thank you. No, Councillor Rintoul, I don't think you've misspoken, but I wanted to correct something that I said before. I think if the bylaw amendment that's being considered right now does not pass and fails, then that would effectively cancel the zoning amendment component. But it would help for council to be clear on the development permit and variance and make a follow-up resolution either to deny those applications or to direct the applicant in some way to redesign. So that would be for council to decide what to do, just to be clear about those other two applications.
No, that's helpful. Thank you, Ms. Verhagen. I will turn back, but that could occur at a subsequent meeting. I mean, it could occur tonight, but
just through to the mayor, I think if it happens, it probably should occur tonight, and I'll defer to Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I agree with the director that it should occur tonight. There are multiple motions on the books as council unanimously agreeing to from April 13th that specified all sorts of conditions around the development permit itself. And so from the developer's perspective, it would look and feel as if the development was advancing as it was currently being contemplated. And so if council is changing their mind, which is within your purview to do, then it would be most beneficial to be clear about the direction you'd like to see the developer go.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. That's helpful. Councillor Rintoul, you had the floor.
No, thank you. Staff have confirmed my understanding essentially in terms of where we're at in the process, and there's more to come. I appreciate the comments that it might be an opportunity, to send a message tonight. I'm not suggesting that ship has sailed, but I think there does make sense to align these two lots to RM7 for this development opportunity, or frankly for future opportunities in this location. I'll yield my comments there.
Thank you, and I'd like to pick up on the latter part of what Councillor Rintoul touched on, and that is approve whether or not to approve this RM7 zoning request, which aligns with the west side of the property. And my question through to staff is that if we do go ahead and provide and were to approve the zoning or take the next step tonight, it would have to come back for final approval, but if we were to conclude the rezoning application, but then subsequently we decided not to move forward with the development permit for whatever reason, that would leave the property rezoned to RM7. And my question through to staff is, does that limit in terms of if this property owner sells the property does that limit our ability through a future development application in terms of not having to go through a rezoning and all the processes that occur when a rezoning occurs, which can be considered a downside for the town or for council.
Yes, if council goes through with the zoning bylaw amendment and rezones the east half from RM6R to RM7 to make it all RM7, then that zoning would be in place. The development permit and variance permit may or may not get approved. If they do not get approved, then the zoning would be in place. It wouldn't go away. It wouldn't revert back. So any conditions of zoning that are put in the bylaw, like bylaw number 2317 has a few conditions that would go into the text of the zoning bylaw, and those would be in place before development could be approved. So anybody coming along to build on that site would look at those conditions and think, can I build something that fits these conditions? Or would they then be applying to council to change those conditions because they were for a development permit that didn't get approved? So they may well come and ask for different conditions of zoning to be met before issuance of building permit. There's a few things there.
Okay, so I have you noted, Councillor Duck. I just have some further from.
Actually, point of order.
Yes.
We're now at 5 to 10 and we have a number of items left on the agenda. We have to put a motion forward to extend.
I'll take that as a mover.
Second.
And seconded. Those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? The motion carries. Sorry, I have to give my train of thought again. Is this an option? An option for council? That is, I'm hearing from some colleagues concern over the development permit application, and potentially not wishing to move forward with the rezoning application, which would force us in a position. It would afford the opportunity to provide the proponent with new direction in terms of what to address in the DP. If we were to table the motion, so if there are members of council who have concerns over approving the rezoning when they may not be supportive of the DP when it comes back, we could table the zoning application, and we could pass a resolution requesting the proponent address what our concerns are with regards to the development permit. If they were so addressed to council satisfaction, then we could proceed. We could lift the zoning application and make a determination on that. I've just come up with this at the moment, so I will give staff a moment to consider it.
To the mayor, are you, just to confirm the option that you presented, are you thinking that the bylaw readings could be tabled and come back to later?
But the table is within the same meeting, refers to a future meeting, so it would be a referral to a future meeting to allow consideration of the development permit.
Council made a resolution in April with a number of conditions on the development permit and the form and character that went to APC. So I'm not sure if that ties you to that development permit or if more revisions could be directed from council. I'm not sure, Mr. Edwards, if you want to comment on that.
Okay. This is procedurally new ground, certainly for me. So I appreciate staff's considerations and input.
Yeah, I don't have any additional comments on that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Duck, did you wish to comment on this particular aspect?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mayor. My concern here is if we don't move on this rezoning, we've essentially told the developer that we don't accept what he wants to do on this unit. And I think we have to give the latitude of the rezoning to allow the development to proceed. We can still, as you've indicated, make changes to that development and ultimately to the building permit. If the zone is there to adapt to what the developer wants to do. If we say no to this, as staff have indicated, we better give direction as to what they do with the current two zoned property in the future. So they're left with an RM6 and an RM7 lots that they have to now determine what they do with in development. So their request for rezoning allows them to proceed and us to comment further on any further developments. Without that rezoning, they're left with two separate zones and have to figure out what they do with those properties.
No, thank you for that. I will come back to you, but I'm going to turn to staff. And so perhaps if I could ask, further clarification in terms of if we proceed with if the rezoning readings were given approval this evening, and apart from it coming back to be approved at a future meeting, what would be the next step with regards to the DP and the variances? I know reference has been made to council's previous motion on the DP, but what is the next step with regards to the DP and the variances?
So the next step would be that, so if the bylaw got 3 readings tonight, then we would send the bylaw to Ministry of Transportation and Transit for approval because the property's within the specified radius from the intersection of Beacon Avenue and Highway 17. It needs approval by the province, by MOTT. It would come back if they approve it, and then the bylaw would come back to council for adoption. If council adopts the bylaw, then that zoning is in place. Then council could then consider approving the development variance permit and the variances that were requested, and also approving the development permit. At that time, council could request or require other changes to the development permit. But the bylaw would be adopted and set at that point. So if council wanted to change any text in the bylaw, tonight would be the time to do that.
Okay, I think one of the challenges I might be having, and perhaps colleagues are as well, is if we were to refer the zoning bylaw to a future meeting to give direction on concerns we have with regards to the variances or DP, we don't have that before us this evening. So it's difficult to speak to that. Councillor O'Keefe, please.
Thank you. A question through you to staff. So I'm thinking about amenity contributions. And so my understanding is that they are payable at the building permit stage. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay. So what I'm wondering is this. So if we were to go ahead tonight and approve the zoning and all the other steps that are required, and then it gets rezoned to RM7, and then it comes back and we decide on the DP that, you know, we don't like it, or for whatever reason we don't approve it. So then things end there, but then the developer is left with a parcel of land that they've just received kind of like a free lift, is what I'm understanding. That property is now more valuable because we've rezoned it RM7. And so am I correct in understanding that they could just say, okay, we'll end things here. We've got now a property that's rezoned to RM7. We'll go sell it to somebody else. And then, so would we lose out on our amenity contributions?
So through the mayor, in the text of the bylaw 2317, the amenity contribution is set in the bylaw. This council made a resolution at the previous council meeting when we brought forward the financial feasibility analysis to council about this development. So item F4 in the bylaw, pay an amenity contribution based on the increase in floor area ratio from the density permitted by the multi-unit residential tier 2 RM7 zone. So that would already be happening. So that, yeah, if somebody came forward to develop in the RM7 zone and they were going into proposing a building that was in the bonus density territory, they would be paying amenity contributions. And as long as the policy is in place, we'd be getting that, the town would be getting that amenity contribution, whether it's from the current property owner or a different property owner in the future. One thing to consider though is it hasn't come up so far, but the council previously had questions about securing rental tenure on the property and if that was a priority or not to be considered. Putting that in the text of the bylaw somehow, that would commit any future property owner to also doing rental tenure, whether it's this developer, property owner, or a different. But in terms of amenity contributions, the text is in the bylaw. The parks contribution would be required regardless of who the property owner is. And the amenity contribution would also be required at the time of building permit.
So I understand that. I guess this seems to be something that I don't know if we've ever done this before, but I know in Vancouver, for example, it's a common thing for developers to go through the tough work of getting a property rezoned. And then when they've done that, they've got the increase in value in the property, and they turn around and flip it to another developer. So there's value in that. So, and when I looked at our density bonus policy, I see that it has to be paid on, when they want to have additional density, they paid at the building permit stage. But I guess if I was a developer, the way I look at it is, okay, so a developer buys the property from the current developer and it's already zoned RM7. And I don't see that there's a mechanism in place for us to charge them bonus density, because it seems to me I don't see that there's a case for us to make, because the property is already zoned RM7. And so, do you know what I mean?
Sorry, but just one little point, but if it's zoned RM7, the base FAR is 1.3, and they can request bonus density up to 2.0. I'll turn to Mr. Hagan or Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, just through the mayor, that it is built into the text of the RM7 zone. When somebody's proposing a development that goes above the base density of 1.3 FAR and they want to go up to the maximum of 2.0, they make an amenity contribution commensurate with how much bonus density they're going to. So it's built into the zone. They don't need to request a rezoning, and they don't need to get a council resolution to do that. It's already built into the zone. So often you'll see that on staff reports to committee of the whole or council about new development proposals, saying this development is proposing this much bonus density. This would result into an amenity contribution of X that we would get at the time of building permit.
Yeah, sorry to persist on this, but the thing that's I'm not quite understanding is that the property is currently RM6, and so zoning
-R.
Sorry?
RM6-R.
Oh, yes. And so changing the zoning from RM6R to RM7, there's a lift there, so that that property is getting upzoned. And so there's additional value to that property. And I guess what I'm trying to communicate is that if we go ahead and lift it up to RM7, and if we then denied the development, they could go and sell that property at a higher cost. And it seems like we've lost out on the being able to recover some of that value in that upzoning.
Ms. Reagan.
Sure, thank you. And that's a good thing to notice. And if you recall, at one of the previous council meetings, the last council meeting, I believe it was June 22nd, with the financial feasibility report, there was discussion in that report about the developer's request to have the bonus density calculated from the base in the RM7 zone, as opposed to what is in the RM6R zone. So that was discussed in that staff report, and council made a resolution on June 22nd to calculate the density based on the RM7 parameters instead of the RM6R. So council's already made that decision in terms of how to calculate the density and amenities. So rezoning the site to RM7, and then if this current property owner chooses to sell and a new developer, a new property owner comes along and makes a development proposal, it wouldn't make any difference for the amount of amenities because council's already decided to calculate the amenities based on the RM7 zoning, not the RM6R. Sure. I think Mr. Newcomb has something to add too.
Good evening, Mr. Newcomb.
Thank you. Just to note that this property was purchased as a completely zoned RM7 property under better market conditions to boot. So rezoning it back to RM7, there's no market upside because the property originally was RM7.
Essentially.
Okay.
Just adding on to what Director Newcomb was sharing there too, is that then when the property was purchased, it was downzoned to RM6R. And in half, the property remained RM7. And so effectively, you might consider it a bit of a wash. But your point is valid about it being a lift.
Yeah, okay. So
sorry, Mayor, and Councillor, I did want to come back to the notion. I think what I'm hearing is a bit of concern from council about rezoning the property with the fear of that perhaps the property would just then be sold and it would be have been upzoned. It is entirely possible for council to add a language to the bylaw, the zoning bylaw amendment that would require rental for this particular property in this zone. So effectively, which you brought up before, Councillor O'Keefe,
right,
around the RM7R.
Right.
And so that is something that could be pursued to perhaps build some comfort with council.
Okay.
Okay.
Could I interject? Go ahead. But I'd like to interject with a question.
Okay, I'll just try and finish the thought. So just based on some discomfort with what we just kind of talked about and some of the other things that the mayor mentioned, I am currently feeling more inclined to look at the DP first and table the consideration for the zoning, and that would also give us more time perhaps to consider alternate wording in terms of the RM5R that we might want to. So that's where my current thinking is.
Okay, that's
RM7R. Sorry,
we knew that. We knew that. So my question to the staff is, is it our understanding from the proponent, and if we're not sure, I will invite the proponent to speak. It is our understanding from the proponent that the intention is for this to be rental in perpetuity?
Yes, the applicant has indicated rental. I'm not sure they have ever indicated in perpetuity, so you may wish to ask them that yourself.
If I could have a motion to invite the proponent?
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Thank you. Thank you for staying with us.
Yes, thank you, Worship, members of council. Rental in perpetuity is fine, so long as it's RM7.
Thank you. So council, where I'm landing on this is for us to proceed with this reading, the readings and the process, appreciating that there isn't other advantages to being RM7 given the property was previously RM7. But what I would like to do is ask staff for appropriate wording for the rental 10-year alternative. Okay. Okay, Councillor O'Keefe, if you want to go ahead.
Okay, sure. So I would propose.
Sorry, we have a motion on the floor, so we're amending the motion on the floor.
Okay,
we give.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. That we direct staff to rewrite the bylaw to create a new rental 10-year zone with the same regulation as the RM7 zone, but restricting the tenure of housing to rentals only.
Ms. Verhagen? Is there simpler wording?
Believe staff, following your email question about this previously, staff responded and said there's a couple different ways this could be done. The other option to what you read out, Councillor O'Keefe, was that we amend the draft bylaw 2317 by adding a new item 1FV, which would be another condition of zoning to be met before a building permit is issued, that the property owner register restrictive covenant on title to restrict the tenure of residential units in the building to rental tenure only in perpetuity. Now that would have the same effect, that the covenant would have to be on title and registered at land titles, and would restrict the building to rental tenure. It wouldn't be changing the zoning to something other than RM7. It would be the RM7 zone with that condition on there. And lifting the covenant. So in the future, down the road, if this development got approved and built, and a future property owner wanted council to lift the covenant, it would have to come back to council, I believe.
Councillor O'Keefe?
Yeah, so just, I guess I'm just wondering, the RM7 art seems cleaner, I thought. Is there a downside? Like, what's the downside to doing the RM7R?
Mr. Edwards?
Additional time and process.
Okay. Okay,
So
gotcha.
if you're satisfied,
Okay.
Councillor O'Keefe, if we could go with the wording that.
So I'll withdraw that. And I'll move that draft bylaw number 2317 be amended by adding the following as a new item. 1.F.V, register a restrictive covenant on title to restrict the tenure of residential units in the building to rental tenure only in perpetuity.
Second.
Again, seconded.
Point of order.
Yes.
Just to be clear, we're on the second reading of a bylaw we've now in just
Yes.
a minute. So we're
We
returning
can-
to first reading or?
No, you can, you
Okay.
do amend,
Yep.
you amend at second reading. Thank you for the question. I'll turn to the movers.
Yeah, no, I think that kind of fulfills the concern I had about rental in perpetuity. And I understand staff's rationale about this just being a quicker process with the, so I'm happy with that.
Nothing further.
Councillor Gurnett?
I just want to be clear what we're voting on. If you would, but we'll be coming back to the main motion after that.
Sorry, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Novak?
So I have a question through you to staff or to anybody who can answer. If we're adding RM6R now to
No, we're correct.
Oh,
We're adding an R to RM7.
so we're adding an R to RM7
No, sorry.
or we're adding a condition.
Yes.
A condition which is going to be registered against title, that it remain rental in perpetuity, but that's now only on the east, or the west.
East.
Is it? It's not on the entire property.
The entire property, is Lot A, Plan EPP 1355507. The legal description is in the bylaw, so it's all one piece of land. So it would be on the title of the land.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for clarifying, Councillor Novak. Thank you, Ms. Verhagen. Any further discussion? I'll call the question on the amendment. All in favor? It carries unanimous. Any discussion on the motion as amended? We're at second reading. This is where further discussion would occur. Third reading will just be procedural. Please, Councillor Gurnett.
Thank you, Mayor. Second time speaking, sort of, I guess. I'm lost in them all of the, there's a lot going on there for Councillor O'Keefe. So I have to gather my thoughts here. Sorry. I guess my concern is that, and I just want to go back to what I've written down here, at every stage, September 2nd, February 23rd, APC April 7th, Staff have recommended the proponent revise the site layout to relocate driveways to minimize impacts on protected trees and protected root zones. And twice they used the word strongly recommend. This hasn't changed throughout. So my concern, and I appreciate you wanting to move RM7 and, you know, the zoning bylaw amendment. My concern is around what happens later because of what happened through the meetings. So in particular, the February meeting, when after we in September asked for revised ideas and concepts and designs based on staff's recommendation, and a proponent came back with what I would consider a very poor presentation on options. And where I'm standing on this is that if we approve this zoning bylaw amendment, this is what we're getting. I don't see, no, just wait, let me explain. It became clear to me through the process, and we will talk about development permit if it passes. However, this is one step that leads to that. And it became clear to me throughout the entire process, there's no intention of being open to any changes. That's where I'm struggling. I didn't see any ability or conversation about wanting to address the design guidelines and the site layout. This is the project they want to build. And we can have a discussion of the development permit. And by the way, I voted for this motion because we don't allow public hearings anymore. So I wanted the public to have a lot of time to talk about it and give us feedback. This was my way of saying, here, please give us some feedback. It wasn't because I supported it. So I'm stuck on the fence here because I feel like we're going to move forward and to me, it's to what end? There's not going to be any desire from the proponent based on everything that they've said that they're going to be willing to move these driveways to account for the Monterey cypress and the cherry trees. There was some conversation about moving the cherry tree or the driveway off of 3rd Street. Like, I think it was 500 millimeters at the APC meeting or 1.5 feet or something like that. Whether or not that's going to be sufficient, I don't know. You're not going to know until the ground is dug up how much of the roots are growing to one side or the other. There's been a lack of, for me, consideration given to the community comments and concerns and some of the members of council's concerns. Most of them have not been addressed. And I've seen an unwillingness to change. So, I mean, if the rest of council wants to move this forward, that's fine. I mean, the rental in perpetuity is great, but it doesn't replace the lost affordable units we're losing. And there's been no indication that that's even under consideration in terms of how we're going to adjust this scenario. I mean, I can't see supporting it because I have not seen that willingness. And we'll have the discussion further on if this moves forward as the council sees fit. But from my perspective, I don't see this changing. I think this is what they landed on this design and layout from day one, and they've not changed off it. And that what was presented in February confirmed with me that that's where they stand. So by approving the zoning bylaw, we're going to move forward with something that I'm sorry, I just don't see how they can say they're going to change things or tweak things on the margins, but I have some real concerns about what they're presenting here, and this is one step to get to that step. So I'll leave my comments there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Edwards, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to come back to the April 13th council meeting where council unanimously did outline some very clear conditions. One of them was around the Monterey cypress, and that was that council approved the removal of one Monterey cypress on the west side of 3rd Street, subject to the condition that the tree not be removed until after a building permit has been issued for the proposed development. And so and there are several other conditions similar to that around the drive aisles for the driveways and such. And so council was pretty clear with these motions in moving the project forward. And so I just wanted to make sure that council recognized that those motions were all approved unanimously, and is part, and that this is still part of the process that we're going through today. And so we're bringing the zoning bylaw back first, and then the DP itself with these conditions would be brought forward afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. I'll turn back to Councillor Gannon, who had the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, I did speak to that night that I was not saying that this was I said that this was not necessarily agreeing that this would move forward, but would give the opportunity. I specified that I wanted the opportunity for the public to provide feedback. I never said I agreed to any of this specifically at that meeting. I moved it forward simply to allow the public to provide input. But they didn't get into the details of whether or not I agreed to it at that point, because I wanted the process to play out so that the public could provide feedback. And if that feedback indicated that the public was okay with it, then that's a different story. But I wanted that opportunity, not because I necessarily agree with it. I just want that clarification there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn to Councillor Duckton, Councillor O'Keefe.
Yeah,
So we're
thank you, Mayor.
speaking on the amended motion.
Yes.
Reading two.
I see our decision tonight is to determine whether we want one or two zones here. And that one zone will allow the current development to continue. The two zones, I don't think does. I think that's some of the decision tonight is whether we want the development in its current state to continue forward, which we would do in one zone. If it returns or stays in the two zones, I don't know if the developer has any interest in developing those two zones. So I think that's what we're determining at. What the development looks like, what the building permit looks like is beyond this. We have an idea of what that looks like right now. Right now, we're just determining whether we're giving permission to move forward on that continued design and development. Regardless of what we think or feel about it or what people think about it, it has to be one zone for that to happen. So I think right now it's just a matter of whether we want one zone or to leave it as two zones. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Keith and Councillor Novak.
Thank you. So where I'm struggling here is I share Councillor Garnett's concern, and I hear Mr. Edwards talk, I'm reviewing what we talked about in April. And I have to confess that I have found this process pretty confusing in terms of the of what we've gone through here in the last few months. And my understanding when we discussed in April, there's things that I wasn't necessarily supportive of, but I got the impression that we're just going to move this to the next step, and then we'll have another opportunity to discuss the DP and the variances and such. And so I guess what I'm concerned about now is that, it appears that we've already discussed the DP and we've put conditions and we've said that things are going to happen in regards to the driveway and the Monterey Cypress. So I don't know that it doesn't seem like we have any leverage left to say anything different at the DP stage is what I'm understanding. As we were discussing whether the rezoning, I was kind of getting on board with, okay, well, let's go ahead, redo the rezoning. We've got the rental tenure locked up. That seemed to make sense. But now I was doing that, thinking that, okay, well, we still have an opportunity to discuss other things at the DP stage. But what I'm hearing from staff, and as I look back on the motions that we made, is that stuff has been covered already. And unless whether we have the option to revisit those things, I don't know. The Monterey Cypress, what we're doing with the cherry trees, and other elements. So it seems like the DP has kind of been decided for us anyways. Am I understanding that correctly?
I asked a question earlier if the DP and variances would be coming back to council for final approval.
That's correct. They would be. So tonight we are just looking at the zoning, and the DP would be coming back, and that was part of the April decision. So the April decision did say that the development permit be brought before council for consideration of approval if council adopts the zoning amendment bylaw. And so, but then council did go a couple of steps further and specify some criteria that would be part of the development approval process, like the Monterey Cypress and such. And that was essentially giving the developer some clarity about some of the key elements around the driveways and the trees. It is council's prerogative to reconsider those when the DP does come back, and but that I would need to clarify this with staff, but because we have an approved resolution from council, it may require rescinding something if council were to want to change its position on a prior resolution, but council does retain the ability to make some of those changes.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. So
Okay, so that's helpful for me. So knowing that we still have the option to revisit things that we said about the DP back in April. Because my concern about moving forward with the amendment is that once we do this, we don't really have much opportunity to do much else. But what I'm understanding is we could go ahead with the zoning amendment. And then when this comes back, we still have the option to perhaps revisit some of the conditions that we had previously talked about or made motions on the DP. Is that?
It's really just.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct.
Takes a while for it to sink in. Sorry.
Okay, I don't have a speaking list. Councillor Novak.
Thank you, Mayor. So based on what I've heard, we can either drag this out by passing this bylaw and then going to talk about the development variances or conditions or whatever we talked about on April 13th, or we don't pass this bylaw and process stops right here, goes back to the developer, and he's got to come back to us with something new. So I'm not sure that's what I understood from Ms. Verhagen, that if we don't pass this bylaw, the whole process stops.
So my understanding, and I sought clarification earlier, is that if we did not approve the zoning bylaw this evening, it would be advised, we were advised that we should give direction with regards to the building permit.
Sorry, the development permit and the development variance permit.
Not the building. That's the development permit.
So from my perspective, that would shorten the process rather than passing the bylaw and then seeing the development permit or reviewing the development permit again at a future meeting, and then possibly sending it back to the developer at that time with more conditions or revision or retraction of our previous motion. So
if I could just seek to understand something you said, if I'm interpreting it correctly, is that if we did not pass the zoning, if we stop that application this evening, then we could pass a motion with regards to the DP that could request the developer to come back with something else, but then we'd have to go through a whole new rezoning process.
But it shortens the process, because if we pass the zoning bylaw and then go back to the development permit, we're going to have to just drag the process out for an even longer period of time, and that may not suit the developer if at some point he's going to have to revise the plans anyway.
Okay,
I'm thinking about expediency here as much as anything else. We may eventually pass this amended bylaw at some point in time, might make sense, but hopefully with a different development permit application with a new or revised plan, which I think would benefit everybody in this process. I mean, it might mean that we stay here a little longer tonight, but then it takes it off the agenda until it gets revised. That's how I see it.
Okay, any further speakers? Seeing none, I'll look to call the question on the amended zoning amendment. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Gurnett is opposed and Councillor Novak is opposed. The motion carries. That concludes that item. Sorry?
Third reading. I move third reading.
Second.
Seconded. Those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Gurnett and Councillor Novak are opposed. The motion carries. If we could recess for 2 minutes, if everybody could just stay where they are, I would just like to consult with the CAO with regards to the remainder of the agenda. Okay, we'll reconvene now and
Let's whip through this.
Oh, listen to this.
Let's whip through.
so what I'm going to do is we all have the remainder of the agenda on pages 3, 4, and 5. What I'm going to do is there's in consulting with the CAO is there's 2 items that we should address this evening. I want to turn next to those 2 items, and then I will ask that all remaining business be referred to a future council meeting, which would include your rising report or your you raising your item. So the item the next item that we do need to address this evening is item 13B, the 2026 paving, concrete, curb, and sidewalk program. Contract number 2026-014. I'll turn to Mr. Demare for an introduction, please. Good evening. I see you in both places.
A little magical today, yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report seeks council's award for the town's 2026 paving, concrete curb, and sidewalk program contract. Following a competitive tender process, 2 bids were received, with Island Asphalt Company submitting the lowest bid. Island Asphalt has a proven record of satisfactory performance on previous Town of Sydney projects. The contract supports 4 capital projects, including paving and concrete works on McDonald Park Road, north of Mills Road, Ocean Avenue West at Philip Breather Park, road resurfacing at Rothsey Avenue, as well as some road repair work at Beacon and Resthaven intersection. Overall, the low bid received falls with total budget for the 4 projects. The report includes a recommendation on the award of the paving and concrete contract 2026-014 to Island Asphalt Company.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Councillor Duff.
Yeah, I'm prepared to move the recommendation. The contract for the 2026 paving, concrete curb and sidewalk program, contract number 2026-014, be awarded to the low bidder, Island Asphalt Company.
Second.
Okay, I have it moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, those in favor? Carries unanimous. Thank you. The second item we need to do this evening is item 13D, the temporary use of the Shoal Kitchen Centric Kitchen. We have a report from Mr. Hissick, our Director of Finance, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Beacon has been approached by a local catering company to operate out of the commercial kitchen until the end of this year. This arrangement would have the benefit of temporarily solving Beacon's food service challenges at Shoal Center. However, the current operating agreement between Beacon and the town does not specifically permit this type of catering use, and temporary relaxation of that agreement is being sought through council resolution. Staff are recommending that this be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Hissick. Are there any questions? Seeing none, Councillor Duck, please.
Yeah, so move the recommendation that Beacon Community Services be permitted to enter into a 6-month arrangement with Truffles Catering for the provision of food services at the Shoal Center, as well as the operation of a catering service.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. If I could have a motion to refer remaining business to a future.
Point of order, clarification.
Yes.
Could I request that 13C as in Charlie be addressed this evening, only because it's, I'm assuming I know it's a small business operator with perhaps a limited season. I don't know that it's fair to have that wait until mid-August.
Okay, if so that is item 13C, the request for street vending approval at 9429 Kenora Road, Whelan Crust Pizza. If I could turn to Mr. Newcomb, our Director of Community Planning, for an introduction, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this property has traditionally been used as an automobile service property primarily. The uses in recent years have been expanding toward a more retail type of zoning. Longer term, I think staff see the zoning evolving more in that direction, but right now the uses are fairly limited. The property owner is requesting more of a retail use here that the zoning doesn't currently allow for, but staff don't really see any issue with it. We think it's a good idea and we'll bring some additional services to the neighborhood, so we support it. There's some conditions that would be placed as per the usual street vending type of operation, and it would be for this year only. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, I'll turn to Councillor Winchell. Oh, sorry, Councillor Gannett.
Thank you, Mayor. Through to staff. Having communication with you earlier, lived in the area for close to 30 years and don't believe this has ever been even approached before in terms of a mobile vendor. Typically, these are downtown core, we have them. And we give consideration to brick and mortar food service industries and establishments. Does staff see any value in, because this is new, reaching out to public for comment, or even particularly Mary's, this is the street, the hours and day you're predicting here are their peak hours? So,
Mr. Nickman?
Yeah, thank you. I think the way in which we're viewing this is that essentially it is part of this property, even though it would be on the public boulevard. It is sort of addressed through this property. And so I think, there is a kind of a brick and mortar component to it, given that it's linked to this property. So we don't have any concerns. And the amount of time that they're proposing to vend is fairly limited and would be largely for the summer. So I think it's a good trial run as is. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I may, one more. The space that's been indicated on here, I totally agree. I walk by it. It's like a little cutout area. It's away from all the businesses, but there is to the very south of where they want to place this an accessible parking space. So I don't want necessarily needs to be a recommendation, but can we seek assurance from the vendor and the property owner that that is not obstructed in any way during operations?
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Were there any other questions? Councillor Rintoul?
I'm happy to move the recommendation if we're ready.
Please do.
Second.
I'll read it in, that the property owner of 9429 Kenora Road be granted approval to operate a mobile vending trailer on Friday evenings in 2026 from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. in the public boulevard on the west frontage of their property, subject to the following conditions. One, that the property owner and vending operator meet all requirements of street vending policy DV-010, and two, that the vending operator be oriented to vend eastward toward private property.
I predict that Councillor Duck will second it.
What a prediction. Wow. Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, those in favor? Carries unanimous. Thank you. While we seem to have found a second wind,
Point of order.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, similar that we should address 9C because staff have given some direction that I don't know if it should wait a month, and given the nature of the
proponent has left the meeting.
He left some time ago.
Yeah, so
He left some time ago.
but I'm still saying, can we not move forward on this?
So I'm going to look for a motion to further extend and to a specific time.
I move that we extend the meeting to 11 p.m.
Second.
We could have discussion, but I think we'll just go with our votes. Those in favor? Opposed? The motion carries. So let me go back. We have until 11. So I'm going to turn to number 10, the mayor's report, and indicate that they're the CRD board highlights from June the 10th, but I have nothing to highlight further. It's a verbal report, so we'll consider that matter addressed unless there are any questions. I'm going to turn next to the item that the Councillor Duck identified. Remind me, item 9C, if I could have which is development variance permit application number DV 100394 at 2306 Beacon Avenue. Turn to Ms. Verhagen for an introduction, please.
Hello. This is a variance application to vary a section of the sign bylaw, which limits the size of window signs which are in the window area, to a maximum of 50% of the window area. The business in this business premises has installed signs that take up to 100% of the window areas. There's photos attached to the staff report because the signage is already in place. The rationale is proposed by the applicant in their letter of rationale attached to the report. However, due to the policies we have in the official community plan and design guidelines for the area, and the reasons for those, staff do not support the variance and recommend denial. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn to questions first. Councillor Garnett.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to confirm with staff that there was no consultation from the applicant with staff around signage before it was installed.
Through the mayor, I don't recall if there was. I'd have to go back and check the file. Thanks.
And if I may, in terms of the timeline, staff were notified of the non-compliance on both the banner sign and the window signs, and then made a request for that to be addressed. And then I'm assuming that there was a follow-up and there was still no compliance, so there was a fine issued at that point?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Rintoul with the question.
Yeah, thank you. And forgive me, I don't think you were referring to this specifically, but the applicant in his presentation earlier during public participation made reference to Health Canada. Are those guidelines in particular that he was referring to with respect to the 100% window covering maybe preference from Health Canada, and that's not applicable given the town bylaw that may supersede that?
Thank you. I can respond to that. So the regulation or requirement from the province is that vaping product not be visible to minors some stores address that by completely covering their windows, but it's not the only way it can be addressed. Product can be put in cabinets inside the store or behind the counter or something like that. It's just a very quick and easy way to address that requirement. Not desirable on main streets, obviously, where you're looking for window shopping environments. So thank you.
I'm happy to move the recommendation, Mayor, if you're ready.
Please go ahead.
Move the recommendation that development variance permit application number DV 100394 to retroactively allow the window sign to cover up 100% of the window area at 2306 Beacon Avenue be denied, and that the applicant be required to revise the window signage to comply with the sign bylaw.
Second.
We have a second by Councillor Duck. I'll turn to the movers.
No, thank you. I support the staff position. Certainly optically, I don't think it's ideal. And I'll spare you my comments on the product itself. Thank you.
Councillor Duck.
I concur, and the point being is we have other establishments on the same street that we have made the same requirement that they have to provide 50%, and I think we need to stick with that. And certainly, I think the current signage is a bit outlandish relative to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers? Councillor Novak.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is a blight on Beacon. There are plenty of other methodologies for preventing people from viewing inside the window. There's many different types of window films that are a lot less obtrusive and would achieve the same goals without the impact on the streetscape. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gurnett.
Thank you, Mayor. I just found it interesting, the letter of rationale that they consulted with Island Health, but as staff indicated, they didn't consult with Sidney staff. In the community, you're actually going to work with and open up a business, and the onus is on the proponent to work with our staff for compliance. So, and as others have mentioned, this is not the look we want for our downtown. We have these rules in place for a reason. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just add some comments in the off chance that the proponent goes back and watches the video at this late time, that there is one other business in the downtown that has not quite 100% of their windows covered, but most of it. And the Refire Kitchen is right down in the main area with window films that obscure almost all of it. And we do have some of the restaurants are also highly obscured, and so they probably match the bylaw though. So I could see why a proponent might be confused just by looking at the existing businesses and businesses that have had other very prominent properties. I think what they may have misjudged was the color scheme, perhaps. The product they sell is already controversial, and the color scheme doesn't very well go with Sidney's existing kind of vibe. And that maybe a little more research into the way people feel about Sidney's downtown and the type of public acceptance they would have to have gained would have been helpful. I liked their little octopus on the beacon thing. That was a nice touch. So I'm hoping that they can keep some of what they did do right, while maybe fitting in better with what I think Sidney would find acceptable. Perhaps talking to some of the other business owners, Burke and Sons and Truth and Alibi have done a really good job at making a very nice active storefront while still obscuring what's inside, and in a way that adds to the downtown. So hopefully they can kind of chat and make some friends with the other businesses and get what they need to do. Thanks.
Thank you to the five who have spoken in support. I'll look to call the question. Those in favor? It carries unanimous. Thank you. I think with the time remaining, I would turn to item 13A if Mr. Demare is able to speak to that item this evening. That is the license of occupation, CRD lands and sublease with Sidney Lawn Bowling Club. Mr. Demare, Mr. Hisik, please.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I wasn't expecting to speak to this, but I certainly can introduce it. Thank you. Give me a moment. Go ahead.
Mr. Edwards.
Thank you, Mayor. And apologies. Our Director of Engineering isn't here tonight, who was supposed to speak to this item. So essentially, the town has a license of occupation with the Capital Regional District for the land behind their wastewater pump station. And then the town turns around and subleases that land to the Sidney Lawn Bowling Association. And essentially, we're looking to approve an extension of the license of occupation and the sublease itself with no material changes to either of the legal documents.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, turn to Councillor Duff.
Yes, I'd like to move the recommendation that one, the license of occupation with the Capital Regional District, 5-year term, August 1, 2026 to July 31, 2031 for 9576 5th Street, areas 1, 2, 4, and 5 be approved. And two, the sublease with the Sidney Lawn Bowling Club, 5-year term, August 1, 2026 to July 31, 2031 for the 9580 5th Street areas 1, 2, and 5 to operate a lawn bowling facility be approved, subject to a notice being published in the newspaper.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. Council, so what I would like to do now is we have not yet discussed item 13E, 13F, 13G, 14.1. I will consider that the correspondence for information, which is being received in our meeting by virtue of being on the agenda, has been done, so that doesn't have to be carried forwarded, and that the notice of motion to go in camera be referred to a future meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. And a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, staff, very much. And thank you to the members of public who waited us out